no. Okay. Hopefully that will work. But this account was up yesterday, but now it's gone. So I thought that was so funny. Do you play Roblox by any chance? On stream? Not that much. Sometimes. Shout out to the one time Roblox sponsored me. Why would you send me this? Why at any point would I need to see this this tweet? Wait, is that actually what's his face? Man, hard times has fallen on him.
Sean, the black
Puerto Rican vegan socialist for 22 months.
Puerto Rican vegan
Much
socialist
appreciated.
just subscribed.
Juju, thank you for the 12 months. Happy birthday.
Shonda Black.
Yeah, I can't hear. There's no sub noises in this setup, so I have to just thank subs when they come in.
Choo just subscribed.
As you possibly interested in joining a Roblox streamers Squid Games, I'm helping Glixen host today, 6 EST. If not, I completely fine. I'll give you other names of who's joining. You know, that sounds relatively interesting, chatter. The only issue is that I will be busy later today. I'm not even joking. I'm being serious. Like, I'm watching the Superman movie. That apparently is anti-Israel. That's a complaint that I'm. No, I'm not going to the porn and biscuit stores. That's not even close to me, actually. By the way, but no, I'm watching the Superman movie with my family. Watching that tonight too. I'm about to go watch it too. Let me know how it is. You got a live chat like me, super woke. Yeah, apparently it's like it's about like being nice to immigrants. Yeah, it's about being nice to immigrants and it's wokeness and it's like it's anti-Israel or whatever. That's what I've been told. Hashtag no gun control. Some people were mad at James Gunn, said something about Superman being an immigrant. I'm like, given out the last few decades of Superman storylines, not even decades, but like, well, yes, but like, since Superman's inceptions in like freaking Action Comics #1, like, the entire point is that he's an alien. He's an alien that came from outer space, and he's trying to do good. I love Superman, actually. I'm a huge fan of Superman as a character. Right? I think a lot of Superman stories are not my favorite stories to read, but I think as a character concept, I think Superman does very, very well. Right? Because it's supposed to embody, like, you know how, like, Captain America is supposed to embody, like, the American ideal? And so, like, you have Captain America, like, punching Nazis or telling off white supremacists because, like, that's not the American ideal. It's like that, but like for the human race, you know? So take what Captain America does very well in that, but apply that to like the world. Like, what does it mean to be human? Take away all the wars, take away all the infighting and the sectarianism, remove all the borders, and you see at the root, what does it mean to be human? And Superman is supposed to embody that ideal, you know? And I appreciate that. I like to think that human spirit, you know, will endure past the woes of embedded capitalism. Shout out to Comedy Superman. Superman stands for all humanity, and some people hate that, yeah. Did you like Smallville, the show? I only seen a little bit of it. My father likes it a lot, but I haven't really engage with like the full breadth of that story. Have been reading Absolute Superman. I'm not caught up. No spoilers, but I have been reading it. I think I'm on like issue number 4, so I'm behind. I told toddler when Smallville was airing. Okay, chill. True, but chill. Absolute Superman is supposed to be woke too. It is. Like a lot of the Krypton parts are very built on wokeness. Right. I like Absolute Green Lantern. I've only read one issue of it, but I like that there's a black woman who's the titular cover character. Yeah. Anyway, let's get to news. Sal Ewing, black comic fans' favorite white man. Ugh. I like it. I enjoy it. I need to buy issue note. Whenever I come home, I always buy a comic book because there's no good comic book stores around me in LA. When I come back home, there's a super sick like mom and pop shop comic book store, like kind of close by where I live. And I always go to the comic store and I always pick up a comic because you can read digital comics and that's fine, but I'd like to at least get the first issue in like paperback so I have it, and that's how I collect. Right, and so I have the best comic book story you will ever see, and that is Heroes in Crisis. Shout out Heroes in Crisis. Mark my words, chat. It's going to go down as the very, very best of any comic book series ever. Have you read The Blackest Night? I haven't read The Blackest Night. I am aware of a lot of The Blackest Night stuff. Just because like it's like not the main, but it's a big storyline in like DCUO. I used to play DCUO, but I haven't read it. It does look interesting though. I like Green Lantern. My friend has been telling me you gotta read Martian Manhunter in paper. I didn't even know Absolute Martian Manhunter was out. Do they sell manga too? No, they don't. Anyway, stop getting me distracted, chat. Stop getting me distracted. We're talking about ContraPoints. We are talking about ContraPoints. So if you didn't see, ContraPoints recently posted a post, I guess, on her Reddit. I don't know why we're posting effort posts on like a Reddit manifesto style. Like what is this, 2016? I read on that, and it's funny because I responded to this, and it's like the post that I made got like 10,000 likes, and I'm gonna be real, I genuinely didn't read any of it. I read none of it. It was just too many words. Too many words that I knew what she was saying anyway. And so I literally just made like, I was like, I'm not gonna respond to this. I'm not gonna respond to this like seriously. There are enough people who are already doing that. And so I just made a little jokey joke. You know? But here, I'll get to the post. YouTuber ContraPoints posted a full take on Israel on Reddit. Right? Twitch, she said the following, I guess. Now I'll finally read it. So many leftists feel betrayed because I haven't made a video on Palestine. Do they actually want a ContraPoints video on Palestine? Will they be happy if I get in the bath and pour milk on a mannequin of Benjamin Netanyahu? No. I posted about Gaza occasionally, and I've quietly given money to Palestinian aid organizations. But I think what leftists really want is for me to join their chorus of anger. They sense some hesitation on my part and are judging me harshly on my presumed opinions. I'd rather be judged on my actual opinions. So here they are. Is Israel committing a genocide in Gaza? Yes. Do I oppose it? Yes. Do I feel angry about it? Yes. I also feel a lot of other things. One, doom. Oh, jeez Louise. Honestly, to be fair, this is like written like her YouTube videos as well. Like, which is why I never really vibed and meshed with ContraPoints' videos, just because it has this like air of not pseudo intellectualism, but like just veneer of like academic language in a, you know, format that's focused on prose instead of on substance. Not saying that that's bad necessarily, but like I understand when people enjoy it. Like it's very stylistic, and I can appreciate that for what it is. But like I just never really engaged with the contents of the video because I didn't feel the contents of the video were anything necessary or useful. Just you guys dramatic slip. She was literally an academic. When you are, you can get stuck. Yeah. My opinion, her content is intellectual masturbation. I can see that as well. I can also understand why people enjoyed it, you know? So I don't want to yuck anybody's yum on like ContraPoints' actual videos. But that's what I saw from that. But let's continue. 1, Doom. The week after October 7th, it was clear that the mood among Israeli leaders and civilians was overwhelmingly kill or be killed, existential panic, and unstoppable lust for revenge. It reminded me of the U.S. after 9/11. There is no reasoning or protesting them out of it, nor was it politically feasible for the U.S. to withdraw aid to Israel on a time frame that would make a difference. It would have required replacing most of Congress and overturning decades of bipartisan strategy and diplomacy. Even in the best case scenario, it would have taken years. So there is a sense of futility, but worse. Okay, so I'll just speak on each section as it comes out. This is very silly because again, even though she's not saying this, the implication is you just don't do anything. You know? The implication is it's like, oh, well, you're not going to change the minds of Israeli leaders, and you're not going to stop the U.S. from supporting them. Therefore, what, Contra? Do you just not do you not protest them? Do you not say anything? Do you not stand against a genocide because you think it would be too difficult to do so? Right? And this is something you see from a lot of liberals, right? Which is kind of funny. And I was gonna make this tweet as well. If I had a nickel for every time that a liberal poster blocked me on Twitter for the mildest of critique, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Cause like, this is not dissimilar to like what Oyemi was doing after the election happened, you know? It's not dissimilar. Or that it's only happened twice. That's fair. So I guess people in Florida and Texas are just beyond help. We should just focus on the states that aren't acting straight up Nazis yet. Like, is this rationale? Yeah. I think the sense of doom she describes is real. The question is, what do you do? But that's the problem, is that her response is that, like, we saw what she did. Like, we saw what her goal was, which is to say nothing. Right? All of this, all, like, 5 points, right, or 4 points from this, is just justifying why she said nothing. That's it. Zolia Lib, I thought she was more radical than that. I think Ola Yemen does good work. That's what I say. I think she does good work. I think she is more radical than somebody like ContraPoints, for sure. I think she's an actual effective organizer. Right? And so I don't want to diminish the work that she's actually done. But I think that she was incorrect on the election. That's what I'll say. I think her take on the election, specifically post-election, which is to do what ContraPoints is doing here and punching left, right? I think it's record behavior. right? And with even with people like ContraPoints or Oliemi, I'm down to have a dialogue. I'm down to disagree with people, right, and have a conversation there. But they both did the same thing, and that as the slightest sign of genuine critique and pushback, they block and move on. So they don't want to actually grow a wider left. They want a hug box, right? They want a space that is repulsive to any outward opinions. And they only had a heated gamer moment after the election, and that's fine. You know what I mean? But like, you can't do that. I'm sorry, you can't. If you want to build a wider left coalition, you can't have like a I'm gonna block any dissent because I don't like people disagreeing with me per se. You know? You need to especially after the election where the fascist regime is growing power, right? You need a retrospective analysis of like, how do we make sure this doesn't happen again? How can we build a coalition to make sure that this doesn't happen again? Right? That's what I was saying back then, and that's just what she didn't agree with. They wasn't wrong, though. They are after every immigrant, regardless of status. I get tensions were high immediately after the election. Like I never said that she was incorrect and wrong. I just said that her being like, this is the fault of people who voted for like Jill Stein or whatever on like November 6th was stupid. That it was dumb. Right? I think she's correct to be or feel anger. Like, I think her anger is valid there. But like, we're talking about after after like the day after the election. No analysis has been, the votes aren't even like fully counted yet. And we're talking about like, oh, this is the fault of third party voters? That's silly. That is a silly thing to do. And I called that what it was. I said, that's a silly thing to do. And it turns out I was vindicated because every third party vote could go to Kamala Harris and she still would have lost. She still would have lost. And that was my point there. I stand by it. I still think I was correct on that. I actually fell into that, but to a lesser degree. I respect Effie's analysis a lot more because at least it was based on something. Even if I disagree with the role her identity played and how much that played in her electoral loss, right? I could at least respect the position he came to. But like doing that the day after the election when the votes aren't even fully counted, it was just silly to me. And then blocking me for like even levying that critique in the first place is also a little bit silly to me. You know? But that's a different situation. I want to get back to this as well. So she then continues, number 2, misery. The leftist pro-Palestinian movement quickly decided that their primary goal was not merely opposing the genocide, but opposition to Zionism in general. That is, opposition to the existence of Israel as a Jewish state, and here they decide the line is separating decent people from genocidal fascists, which has the following consequences. 1, it shrunk the coalition. Zionist is a very broad term. Most Jews are Zionists. Anyone who supports a two-state solution is a Zionist. 2, it's politically infeasible. What is the pathway that takes us from the present situation to the dissolution of the Israel as a Jewish state? I don't see how this could happen without either a total internal collapse of Israeli society as, or else, nuclear war. As usual, leftists have championed a doomed cause. This is so funny because, like, it's so crazy to, like, be somebody who supposedly cares about marginalized people and is resigning that the genocide is just going to happen. You know? She has come to the conclusion that, hey, the genocide's just going to happen. That's just going to happen, right? We need to, as the left, come together and, find a way to make the genocide more quiet. That's what our goal should be, not to stop the genocide. Like, and just because you have no political imagination, right? Just because you have zero, like, again, imagination to imagine a world where like a genocide is not happening, doesn't mean the rest of us do, right? And then she runs the like, most Jews are Zionist line, which is like a line that Ethan Klein also runs. But it's so funny to run this line without talking about the numerous Christian Zionists that exist as well. right? Which outnumber Jewish people in the world. Like this implication is that it's anti-Semitic to oppose Zionism, right? On top of the implication that it's politically infeasible to oppose Zionism, right? And this is the worst part is she's not even doing what Ethan does, which is like misunderstanding what Zionism is, right? And because like, Ethan Klein would just say that, oh, Israel just has a right to exist or whatever, right? Here she specifically does call out that Israel's right to or existence as a Jewish state, and she says like you can't oppose that because it's unfeasible and also anti-Semitic. So you're anti-Semitic, sweaty, for saying that you don't want an ethno state to exist. That is what her take is here. That is what her take is here. And yes, my camera is not great, chat. Okay, listen, it's just gonna be the case. You're gonna have to accept that. You know. Maybe if I scoot forward and I just block the rest of the window there. Or maybe I do this. Yeah? Better? Probably not. Jason, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Hello. Hello, Raiders. Hello, hello, hello. I was watching Jason's stream earlier. The alert. I can't even. Can y'all hear the alert, chat? Was the alert playing? I'll sing it. She said it. I'm good. And I'm good. Wait. Okay, wait. I know how to fix it. I know how to fix it. I know how to fix it. Advanced properties. Alert box. Wait, monitor and output.
Jason said hi. Jason 30 RAID. Jason said hi.
Oh, here. I need to add a new source here and go system. There was a YouTube short playing the entire time that y'all couldn't hear, that I couldn't hear either, but I paused it. Now I could hear it, the alerts and stuff. But yeah. Apparently Jason said hi. Why did you say apparently? Wasn't sure if you knew. No, I didn't know. Listen, I think Jason was making some good points. I'm messing around. Oh, for the raid message, yeah. I feel like any critique, literally glowing, exactly. Sets some people off who want to appear virtuous at all times. In this case, revealing her true thoughts that aren't great. Essential Jason clip. We'll put it to the doc. I want to at least get through a little bit more of this, and then we'll get to we'll talk about Jason's take in a little bit. But oh, I closed my wrong tab. Jeray's Fish, thank you for the 6-month subscription. Want me to give you Grandma's VOD? No, I'll just look at Jason's VOD. Just deal with people writing threads on IG. This isn't even IG, chatter. This is Reddit, apparently. I didn't even know you could do this on Reddit. Didn't even know that was the case. Like Roger 7, thank you for the 10-month resubscription. It's off topic. I just want to say leverage is good. I like the corny tempo. It makes you laugh. W, chatter. We've gotten someone else on the leverage train. That makes me happy. I love leverage is great. Large Hero 7, thank you for 10 months. Did I say that already? I don't remember. Anyway, focus. Introduce the dangerous ambiguities. The vagueness of Zionism as a political Satan enables all kinds of rhetorical abuse. On one hand, right-wing Israelis hold up anti-Zionist protests as the existential threat and inherently anti-Semitic. On the other hand, there's a long history of anti-Semites using the term Zionist in a deliberate and equivocal ways. Anti-Semites are happy for the opportunity to misappropriate how popular anti-Zionist labels the now popular anti-Zionist label to legitimize their agenda. And many people are not informed enough about anti-Semitism to recognize when it's happening. These problems are mutually reinforcing. Again, this implication is just, oh, sorry, you can't criticize Zionism because the Nazis are gonna take it over and be like, yeah, and be Nazis about it, right? But also while implying that it is anti-Semitic for you to criticize Zionism, right? Because that's the implication that she has. She doesn't make a claim here. She's not saying that it is anti-Semitic for you to criticize Zionism and oppose Israel as a Jewish state. In the same way, she doesn't say that it's not anti-Semitic to do that. She's just saying, well, some people see that as anti-Semitic, and some people are using anti-Zionism to be anti-Semitic, so therefore, I am very smart. That's it. That's her entire thing. Like that's it. Like, she can stand for something. She can say, you know what would help for that? With this whole like right-wing actual anti-Semites adhering themselves with the anti-Zionist label. If this person, like ContraPoints, was actually an anti-Zionist, if she actually came out and denounced those people, right? But all she's doing is equivocating. All she's doing is saying, oh yeah, the anti-Zionists and the anti-Semitic people, they're the same, actually. Right? She could insert herself in the anti-Zionist spaces if she was anti-Zionist and be like, they're not a part of this space. And kick them out of here, like we do with Sneeko, you know? We call him Sneeko all the time because Sneeko's trying to be like on the team. And we're like, no, get out of here. Away with you, Nazi. Right? Jake Shields. Candace Owens. Like, that's it. Number 3, Dread. The online left has spent the last 20... This is I think is one of the worst sections, actually. I did actually read this paragraph here. The online left has spent the last 20 months distributing hundreds of photos and videos of dead Palestinian children. The main effect of this has been to create a population of people that are in a constant state of blood-boiling rage with no consequential political output. Like what are we talking about here? She's implying that the entirety of the online left are like grifters, right? She's implying that the entirety of the online left are grifters who are just using Palestinian bodies as a matchstick to inflame people for their own benefit, instead of like, I don't know, people who like actually believes things, right? And wants people to also believe things and care about the genocide that is currently ongoing. There's also a lie. This movement has been successful in changing perspectives. I haven't gotten to that part yet, but I'll get to that in a second. It's just like, that's what her implication is, right? Because her idea of like consequential political outlet, right, is not changing people's minds. It's getting people elected, right? And once you start filtering everything she's saying through that lens, it starts to make a lot more sense. Right? She is mad that the anger that people had did not go to get her preferred candidate elected. That's it. That's the end all be all of her analysis. It's that like, y'all have been sharing a lot of this. She doesn't even have a problem. She doesn't have a problem with people sharing photos and videos of dead Palestinian children, right? Which is, again, the implication is not that the Palestinians themselves were doing it. It's that the online left was doing it for some reason. Strange, whatever. But she doesn't even have a problem with that. She has a problem that anger that was generated was not directed at getting Kamala Harris elected. That is what her issue is. That is what her problem is. She's like, I wouldn't have a problem with your methods, but your methods didn't get Kamala Harris elected. So now I have a problem with your methods. She's mad that there was all of this anger and all of this momentum, and that people weren't directing it at like getting Kamala Harris elected. That's it. That is what her beef is. And this is the most consistent thing about ContraPoints. That's it. we don't share photos and VODs. That's a minority of the content. Its goal is to archive it for the ICC. No, like there are Palestinians themselves, right, who have to hold up their like dead children to try to get the world to care about it. It's not the online left that's like being like, oh, we're gonna step over what Palestinians are saying and we're gonna start filming their children without their consent. The Palestinian people are like, please pay attention to us. Please share this video. Please show this to people so that they know what's going on. Do you think that like we want to see dead children on the timeline? Do you think that we want to see the limbs of babies and children being burned alive? Do you think that that's good for us? The entire point of sharing what's coming directly out of Gaza, which is why Israel tries to stop it from happening in the first place, is that its goal is to open people up to understanding the atrocities that are in place and being faced by the Palestinian people. And she's yelling at the people who she perceives as distributing these photos and videos, right? Not because they were distributing the photos and videos and they were stoking dread, but because they didn't stoke the dread to get her preferred candidate elected. You know? Like, it's so crazy. It's so crazy. Ow, that was my back. I fear this may be worse than useless. Anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are conceptually not the same, and conflating them is dangerous. Then why are you doing that? Like, why does she sit here and act like the online left is making that conflation? The Israeli government is making that conflation. The ADL is making that conflation. Joe Biden and the Biden administration made that conflation. We're trying our best to separate that. And you know who did nothing to help with that? ContraPoints. ContraPoints did nothing to help with separating the conflation between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. Anti-Judaism as well, you know? They did nothing. It would have been helpful to have somebody with such a large following draw those distinctions, draw those lines, right? Combat the conflation that the ADL, the Israeli government, the US government, right, and other Zionist podcasters wanted to conflate. It would have been helpful if you believed that they're not the same to come out and say, hey, I see what the government of America is doing and how they are using and weaponizing the conflation between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism to arrest Americans, right? To try to deport legal permanent residents. Where was ContraPoints about that? Where was ContraPoints when the US government was arresting and detaining students who were oh, okay, give me a second. That was my computer monitor. Oh, that's not it. I'm looking for this. I'm playing my newest video. I'll be right back. I'll continue this in a second. You're not getting rid of me that quickly, chat.
So, but apparently,
this is my newest video. Ludwig's creator class take it disappointing. BRB.
Ludwig released a video.
All right, chat.
18 hours
if
ago,
you guys haven't
titled Creator Clash 3 is over. And so I think what the part that I want to talk about is at the end, but we'll just take a look at this video and see what he has to say about Creator Clash 3 being over. Because I have thoughts. Also, spoiler alert, yeah, Creator Clash 3 is over. It was canceled.
heard, there's been a big update. Creator Clash 3 is officially canceled. We talked about it a bit ago, so I figured it was worth doing an update because we talked about it maybe a couple of months ago. But they finally posted today, we've made the difficult decision to cancel Creator Clash. All existing pay-per-view tickets will receive automatic refunds, no actions required. While the event will go as planned, all funds will still be donated to charity, and our fundraising efforts will continue the months ahead. Thank you to the fighters for their hard work. The Creator Clash team.
Was it this? Yeah, it was this one, actually.
Which, if I'm being totally candid, is like long time coming. I think it's probably a long time coming. This has been dead for a while and like on life support. You know, this has been in a vegetative state. So it is, I think, ultimately the right call that they canceled it. Because if they had gone through with it, I think it would have done so bad. Ethan Klein did it. Okay, I'm not trying to be controversial here, but I do think iDubbbz posting the content cop was one of the dumbest moves ever. Straight up. That was crazy. I think it was not considerate of how many other people would be dragged into the situation who don't give a fuck and just want to fight. You know, make that video when Creator Clash isn't happening, I would say. That makes no sense to me.
Like, and I'm gonna explain to you why that makes no sense. And I'm taking the kitty gloves off. You know, this is a boxing reference. Gloves come off of this. This makes no sense to Ludwig because Ludwig is an unprincipled person, right? And I say this as a fan of Ludwig. I watch a lot of Ludwig. I enjoy Ludwig's content. This makes no sense to Ludwig because Ludwig is an unprincipled person. Like that's the answer. That is the reason why. It cannot comprehend why Ian made the content cop. I don't know if he saw the content cop. I don't know if he watched the content cop, but like Ian made it clear in the content cop, and the content cop itself is very clearly from the perspective of defending people who do not have a voice to speak out against somebody with, tens of millions of followers across all platforms, doing a harassment campaign against smaller creators. And he cannot fathom putting himself at a disadvantaged position in order to support people who don't have a voice. Have you considered that some of the biggest creators will be mildly inconvenienced by iDubbbz defending small creators? Won't anyone think of the millionaire creators? Yeah, it's so weird. And for whatever reason, right? The creator space, just as I spoke about earlier, doesn't care to defend the smaller creators here. Whether it's because they are deemed as unworthy of defense because they are political adjacent, right? Not even just talking about the women. I have returned. That has been very disappointing lately. Yeah. Who's surprised? What's the Creator Clash going to be canceled regardless because of low sales? Yeah. So many stairs. Not him making MAGA Mail more and more real. We can get back to Ludwig in a second. I want to finish the ContraPoints stuff. I don't remember what I was saying. But, oh yeah. If she cared about the conflation between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, she should yell at the U.S. and Israeli governments. That's it. That's what she should be doing. Yeah. Hopefully that was the end of my thought because I don't remember much else. I sound very angry that why is there a halo around him? Because I'm made of wait a minute. Wait, do I have a meeting at 3:45 actually? I do. That's fine. Get ready today. Thank you. Anyway, let's just continue. I fear this may be worse than useless. Anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are conceptually not the same, and conflate them as dangerous. But in practice, the way Israel is perceived does seep out into the attitudes towards Jews in general. I think Jews who feel isolated or wary in the current atmosphere are simply hysterical or hallucinating. This is also crazy because, like, yes, this is true. But it's an atmosphere that was created by Israel. Like, why are we sitting here acting like we don't see a historical use of Hasbara to create this notion that Israel is the only safe space for Jews in the world? And then you're yelling at like the world for the fact that Israel has created itself as in this atmosphere conflating anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism to serve that notion. And what ContraPoints is doing is also serving that notion. Like, do you not think it's weird that Joe Biden is running around here saying that the only safe space for Jews in the world is Israel? Where was the beef towards that? Where was the pushback towards that? You know? They're trying to hit all the leftist internet talking points, but the liberal mind just keeps gravitating towards the milquetoast fence sitting as takes. Like this is the implication that like the left is doing the anti-Semitism, which again is also not the case by and large. I'm not saying that like leftist anti-Semitism doesn't exist, but the people who are doing anti-Semitism are the right wing, overwhelmingly so. And then like Zionists, Israel does anti-Semitism. The ADL does anti-Semitism. And I don't know why she's not addressing that. Like, she's blaming the anti-Semitism that Israel creates and breeds in order to justify its own existence on the left. She's either biting the Hasbara or she's just doing the Hasbara. It's so confusing. It doesn't make sense. Yes, there is communal trauma and hypervigilance. Yes, there is disingenuous right-wing ghouls dismissing and censoring all criticism of Israel on the pretext of fighting anti-Semitism. And this is also like this. That's wrong. There's not right-wing ghouls who are dismissing and censoring all criticism of Israel as a pretense of fighting anti-Semitism. This is what the Democrats are doing. Like, it's the same thing that like liberals do, being like, oh, this is like Bibi Netanyahu's war. Like, that's not necessarily the case. Like, she's being like, oh, it's the right wing who are dismissing all criticism of Israel as anti-Semitism. No, Democrats are doing that. Did we not experience the same 20 months? The half of that being under the Joe Biden administration, using and weaponizing like the police force against pro-Palestinian protesters on college campuses. Like, did we not experience the same the same period of time? And then technically right wing, but she like doesn't think that they're right wing. Yeah, she's not talking about the Dems here. We know what the Dems are, but she's not talking about that. But there's also a valid fear of historical anti-Semitic patterns reoccurring, and that fear gives power to the right-wing Zionists to claim that only Israel can keep the Jews safe. Why is okay? So where's the beef for that? If she acknowledges that's the case, then she would also have to acknowledge that that's just used as justification for genocide, and that's an invalid justification. She's seeing grounds of the same talking points that she claims that she's calling out. Does this mean that Israel should not be criticized and sanctioned? Absolutely not. But it's something I don't want to risk contributing to, if not outweighing the tangible benefits. So I approach this issue cautiously, right? What she's saying is she's a coward, right? Because even if everything she was saying here was correct, which it's not, but even if everything she was saying here was correct, and that there was a huge left-wing pivot towards anti-Semitism, right? It doesn't excuse genocide. You should not use that as justification to not talk about the freaking genocide. You shouldn't. Even if everything she was saying here was completely accurate, but it's not. But even if that's the case, you cannot use that as justification to be like, therefore, I'm going to stay silent on the genocide. You can't do that because you're pro-genocide if that's the case. Right? It's no different than like, oh, I'm not going to talk about the Palestinian cause because they're anti-black or whatever. You're pro-genocide if that's the case. If there is a genocide currently ongoing and you find yourself being cautiously approaching it, right? Because you don't want to risk on stepping on any toes about maybe there's a rise of like left-wing anti-Semitism, right? Because nobody is saying that even if she believes that there's a rise of left-wing anti-Semitism, nobody is saying that she needs to participate in it. Even if you believe that like there's a lot of like left-wing anti-Semitism that has grown and increased in the after October 7th, you don't have to participate in it. You can choose what you say, and you can actually oppose the genocide by not participating in that stuff. But she chose to do nothing. And that's why people critiqued her. She chose to not say anything about the genocide at all for the past 20 months because of that fear that she didn't want to be perceived as like doing left-wing anti-Semitism. But she didn't even do that. She said nothing, virtually nothing, as a genocide was ongoing for 20 months. Silence. For bitterness. Much of the online left spent all of 2024 single-mindedly focused on Palestine and the complicity of the Democratic politicians in sending aid to Israel. And then she frames this as though that's a bad thing. Like, did we, again, not experience the same 2024? Did she believe it was a genocide back then? What else are you supposed to do when a genocide is ongoing? Did you say nothing? The online left was too focused on Palestine. They should have been like me. They should have ignored it. They should have just ignored it. Like I did. Like, what are we talking about, bro? What are we talking about? This campaign has had the following effects. 0 Palestinian lives were saved. Not one fewer bomb or bullet was fired by the IDF. This is also funny. She's doing the whole, you believe in, is this the firebombing Walmart meme? I don't remember. She's doing like the inverse firebombing Walmart meme. It's like, oh, you believe in firebombing a Walmart? That pales into my comparison of not firebombing a Walmart or whatever that meme was. Right? She's like, oh, you believe in saving Palestinian lives by talking about it? That pales in comparison to my tactic, which is just not talking about it. Like, what are we talking about here? What are we talking about here? Do you think that if they didn't talk about, like, if the online left didn't talk about Palestine at all, that would have saved Palestinian lives? Or did you think that like it's like a natural disaster? Those Palestinian lives were going to be taken by Israel with American weaponry, regardless. Because if she thinks that these like, oh, we're writing off Palestine, doesn't even matter, whatever. If she believes that, then why does this even matter at all? Right? If she thinks that talking about Palestine or not talking about Palestine is meaningless in the grand scheme of things, what is this statement even for? Why even talk about it? Let's just start talking about trans rights because it'll save trans lives according to this logic. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Why fight for any rights? Yeah. Civil rights? Y'all were all protesting civil rights and stuff, and guess what? Not a single black person has a right to vote, right? This is me in like 1940, 1950. Y'all was asking for black people's right to vote, and y'all protesting, not a single black person has a right to vote. Don't you feel silly now? Don't you feel silly now? Like, that's what she's doing. Instead of like, I don't know, maybe, and this is what I said about Olemi as well. Like, maybe if people like this were on our side when we were demanding things from politicians, maybe things would have been different. Right? Maybe if this person with millions of followers was on our side, mobilized, right? Mobilized and focused on getting their audience to protest these things, maybe things could have been different. Maybe they would have pressured Israel to stop the genocide. Probably not. I don't think that they would, right? But maybe. But I'm talking about this is deep lore. Not deep lore, is like last year. But Oliam had like a similar take about not talking about Palestine, you know? It wasn't as bad as this, for sure, but like it was there were similar themes. Part 3 is just 100% sitting in the feelings of Zionists and disregarding the trauma complaints of Palestinians. Yeah. Have you tried asking Trump to just stop? Yeah, 0 Palestinian lives were saved. Not one fewer bomb or bullet was fired by the IDF. Also, this is also interesting because a big thing I hear from Kamala Harris supporters about the Biden administration is that they did stop a shipment. So are you telling me that the Biden-Harris administration didn't actually listen to and adjust to pressure? You know? To stop a shipment, and that they actually didn't care about a ceasefire? Because that's what the implication is. The implication is like all that protesting did nothing because there wasn't going to be a ceasefire regardless. Huh. So maybe the people who are protesting them were correct. We need more cohesive online left. I wonder if people with a large platform openly proclaiming that they weren't voting for Kamala Harris unless she was on Palestine, she may have actually changed. There's a chance that will be the case. There's a chance that there wouldn't have been the case, right? We have no way of really knowing, right? But like, it's hair in my mouth. But like, that's the least you could have done, in my personal opinion, as somebody with a platform. The least you could have done is use your platform to be like, I'm not voting for Kamala Harris until she moves on Palestine. If you ended up making a decision about voting for Kamala Harris on the day of, sure, I don't care, right? But like, ContraPoints was like radio silence. She let the election come and go without putting any pressure on Kamala Harris to move on an unpopular position. And you must question why that is. Did ContraPoints agree with Kamala Harris and the Biden administration that Israel has a right to defend itself and that they must continue to commit their genocide? Because if you disagree with it, why would she not say that? Why would she not try to pressure Kamala Harris to change her losing rhetoric that did end up losing her the election? It just doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense. She then goes on to say, it may have slightly contributed to the re-election of Trump, guaranteeing the U.S. will have no diplomatic pressure on Netanyahu for at least 4 years and making protests against Israel both much riskier and less effective. This is also funny because she wasn't protesting Israel to begin with. It's like we had a free trial. And then people being like, oh, listen, I would pay for the whole app, but, the free trial just wasn't bad. We had like literally a runway that people could demonstrate their pressure and that Biden and Harris could demonstrate their willingness to change and listen to the people. And they did not demonstrate that. She wasn't protesting Israel to begin with. Going as far as like, there were people in the Biden administration who said themselves that there was no diplomatic pressure put on Netanyahu by Biden. There are people who, maybe she didn't say this, there are people who were a part of the Biden administration. Oh. Jeez Louise. There are people who are part of the Biden administration who were like, yeah, there was no pressure here. Israel came out and was like, yeah, they weren't putting any pressure on us. What are we talking about here? What are we talking about? So like, what is she talking about? Thanks, chatters. It doesn't make any sense. Trump is also incidentally a menace to me and basically everyone I care about. A perfect enlightened being would feel no bitterness about this, but I do. None of this is the fault of Palestinians, of course, who are overwhelmingly the victims here. Oh, thanks. At least she acknowledged that, you know, freaking 12 paragraphs in, that Palestinians are overwhelmingly the victims here. Like, I don't know what she means by that. Like, overwhelmingly implies that there is not an avenue of victimization there for people who are being faced with a genocide. But like, sure. I hope that someday American policy will shift in their favor, and I will continue to support that cause. TLDR, I will. Also, she didn't call it a genocide here, right? Or she also didn't oppose the genocide. There's nothing here. There's no arms embargo to Israel. There's no stop funding Israel. She's like, didn't even come out as like the liberal Zionist level that like Bernie Sanders is at, who calls for a cessation of arms to Israel. Right? Like, I didn't expect her to come out here and be like, oh, we need a singular secular state where there's equal rights and representation, and we need to dissolve the Zionist regime or whatever. I didn't expect her to say that. But like, she didn't even get like halfway there. She just said, listen, I didn't talk about it because honestly, I didn't really want to. Peace. That's kind of what I got from this statement. TLDR, I see the situation as bleak, irretractable, extremely divisive, and devoid of any element that could be appropriately transformed into political entertainment. That's why I haven't made a video about it. Hopefully this goes without saying that these are my thoughts. I'm sure other BreadTubers have different opinions. So that's the full statement. But talk to a girl's okay, I'm gonna sleep now. Bye, y'all. Yeah. Anywho, I'm gonna go to bed. She doesn't understand all of our struggles are intertwined, and throwing anyone under the bus is completely antithetical to global liberation. Yeah. Some identifying as a BreadTubers are crazy. I don't think so. Not really. It's just it's so bad. It's so bad. This entire statement is literally just, right? This entire statement is literally just, I'm mad that I feel as though the pro-Palestinian movement got Trump elected because it hurts trans rights. Therefore, I'm not going to support your movement. That's what is being said here. That is what is being said here. Right? She literally, this is passive. She says, well, I hope American policy changes in your favor. Right? I'll support it if it does. Not saying I will try to change American policy in your favor. She literally said, I hope that someday American policy will shift in their favor. She literally pulled may the odds be ever in your favor. Good luck. And that's it. And then she surprised people got mad at that. Nothing here is like an active, I oppose a genocide. This is what I'm going to do to help stop it. Nothing. Nothing here is that. She's not demonstrated. She's demonizing the few avenues of protest for the pro-Palestinian movement without saying what she thinks that they should do. And she's saying, good luck. I'll see y'all later. That's it. It's so gross. It's so gross. My joke take is that white trans women like myself is that ContraPoints is why we need to be kept poor and busy. That's crazy. I do not co-sign that. I cannot co-sign that. She's also aligning herself with racism, misogynistic, like E. Yeah, but like Ethan Klein just aligns himself with whoever he wants to. You know? And so I think that's a good barometer for like how bad your take is. But like, you know, he's gonna see something. He's like, I'm gonna latch onto that. Yeah, mine. So yeah, that's the ContraPoints take. To which I then responded with a little meme. Oh, yeah, actually, I'll show what Ethan said first. Podcaster Ethan Klein voices support for ContraPoints on his Instagram story. It's important to remind people that there is a space to be anti-genocide and also against annihilating Israel. Sure, Dan. Thank you, ContraPoints. It is important to remind people that there is a space to be anti-genocide, pro-Palestine, but also against annihilating Israel. It's my belief that any lasting peace must come two elements: Palestinian self-determination and secure borders for Israel. Dog, you're just describing apartheid. Yeah, dog. I think apartheid South Africa should have secure borders too. You know, why not? Why not? Yeah, just what's the difference? I think Nazi Germany should just draw up its lines. What are we talking about here? No, you can't say that. You cannot say I think an apartheid state should continue to be an apartheid. Yes, secure borders from who? What does he mean by that? What does he mean secure borders? Who are they securing borders from? He's literally saying like I think that Israel should build that wall, and people are cheering that on. He's like, I'm a liberal, by the way. I hate Trump, but I think Israel should build that wall, build that wall, build that wall. How is it any different? To be fair, this is worse. I'll go as far as say that this is worse than like build that wall from Trump. But like, if you're a liberal and you oppose Trump and you oppose like building a border wall to keep all the illegal aliens out or whatever, but you're like, but I support Israel building that wall to keep all the Arabs out. How are you any better? How are you any better? You're not better. That's the answer. You're not better. I don't even know. Doug's, thank you for the prime. Much appreciated. Without both, peace fails. Many leftists would rather focus on purity tests and social credits than have a meaningful, realistic conversation about creating a lasting peace. The reactions to your post will prove my point, unfortunately. I don't think Ethan is even anti-ICE either. I mean, to be fair, not so are Democrats. Democrats are also not anti-ICE, but they pretended that they were. Right? They pretended that they were. They pretended that they were anti-ICE and anti-building the border wall or whatever. But it's so funny to even try to posture like that when you're just like, yeah, no, we need an apartheid state, actually. We need that. I think Israel should not even just exist, but exist as an apartheid state. Because that's what ContraPoints and Ethan Klein are saying here, right? They're saying not that they want Israel to exist. They say, I want Israel to exist as an ethno-state. Actually, it's necessary. That's what people mean when they say a Jewish state, right? And like, we rightfully like side-eye people who say like, yeah, no, America is a Christian nation. Because you think like, you're like, okay, what about the other like religious minorities? You know, what about those people in this nation? Right, we side eye that, but like when people say like, you know, Israel should be a Jewish nation, and people are like, yep, nope, that's fine. That's fine, that's chill, that's totally okay to me. Right? When it does exist as apartheid, going as far as Ethan saying that he wanted to visit it because it's so diverse, he says. Right? If there was a state by the name of Israel that was a singular secular state where people had a right to return to their homes that were stolen from them, and that they could they weren't issued or blockaded from walking down certain streets based upon ethnicity, they were able to engage with government at equal levels, and they had same voting power as other people and full citizenship, then I'd be like, sure, Yeah. In that situation, then maybe you have a case. Maybe. But they're not even saying that. They're like, no, I think Israel as it currently exists right now is actually pretty good. As it's an apartheid ethno state. And you're just like, and you're surprised when people get mad at you for saying that. Like, okay. All right, bro. All right, sure. But anyway, that was like the ContraPoints tweet. Right. And so when I saw that yesterday, I saw a lot of takes on it. I literally did not even read it. Right. I literally did not even read it. I was like, I'm just gonna make a funny meme because I knew it was a bad take to begin with. And so I said, hopefully now people will stop sharing that stupid meme. Right. Which I stand by. And I've seen that meme more than I've ever seen it before. So maybe I shouldn't have made this take in the first place. But I hate that meme. Which meme? I'll show you the meme. It's this meme. They don't want victory. They don't want power. They want the endless critique of power. It's this meme. And I can't stand this meme. That meme and the firebombing Walmart meme are like the worst things I've ever seen in my life. Please stop showing it to me. Please stop showing it to me. I don't want to see it. Because I was just doing a joke being like, stop showing me this meme. And I've seen this meme more times than I've seen in my entire life. The last like 12 hours. the last 12 hours. It got 11,000 likes and 700,000 views. Apparently ContraPoints did not like that because I woke up this morning and I saw ContraPoints blocked Taylor Lorenz. Here. ContraPoints blocked Taylor Lorenz. When Taylor Lorenz posted, I already know that Free Palestine. ContraPoints had blocked you. And I was like, wait. ContraPoints blocked me too? And so I went and I searched up ContraPoints. And yeah, lo and behold, I'm also blocked. I'm also blocked. So yeah, the more you know, I guess. The more you know, I guess. I didn't even say anything. I literally didn't even say anything. I was making a meme. She blocked Mike last week for asking if she's a liberal Zionist, which made more sense than my block. I'll say it. You know what I mean? My block literally didn't make any sense. I literally just said, please stop showing me her stupid meme. And she was like, how dare you? How dare you say that about my meme? That's all I have left. That's all I have left. And then she blocked me. And I was like, bro, I didn't even endlessly critique power yet. I didn't even endlessly critique power yet. What do we mean? What are we talking about? This is a video of Nakba the Day. Nakba Day this year, and they beat up actual indigenous Jews in Palestine to a pulp for wanting dignity in Palestinian siblings. This is what Natalie is supporting even still. Yeah. You went for her memes? I know. I'm so sorry. And I responded. I said, I feel like I'm misunderstanding that meme. Isn't that a Nazi repeating her talking point? I don't remember, honestly. I also don't understand the meme either, which is why I don't like seeing it, because I'm just like, it's used by the worst people. But my take is hopefully that they are hopefully they are a little bit more embarrassed to start using it. I have seen a lot of Nazis under my tweets about this. So it kind of shows like who's on ContraPoints' side. Is ContraPoints someone big or significant? Wrong, that's clear. Yes. It's crazy how many people don't know ContraPoints. ContraPoints has like 3 million, right? Or 1.9 million. Making like kind of like stylistic video essays about like stuff. I don't know how to describe it. We're getting old, yeah. Yeah, we're getting old. When the last time she posted a YouTube essay? Like 3 months ago, apparently. She came back after. This is not surprising you don't know ContraPoints. Cut. Did ContraPoints not have more videos than this? You just doesn't post a lot these days. I never got into her videos anyway. She did. She deleted a lot of her early ones. Okay. I thought I was going crazy. I thought I was having an insane mode. She deleted her pre-transition videos. I think she had a rebrand era. What was the anti-capitalism video? The conspiracy video was so bad, was it? Just hit your philosophy tube. I like philosophy tube. I've actually watched some philosophy tube videos. I haven't gotten into ContraPoints videos anyway. But anyway, yeah. So I got blocked. I said also I didn't even levy a critique. I literally just said I didn't like the meme people made of her, and her ego is so fragile that she blocked me at the first. That she blocked at the first sign of a successful tweet that was even remotely about her. LOL. That was pretty funny. You know, because again, this is exactly the same thing that happened to somebody else earlier. So she just said philosophy tube and H-Bomb also didn't talk about Palestine. Is that true? I thought H-Bomb guy did. Maybe not. I don't know. BreadTube has always been a bit white and very structured anti-MAGA. It's mostly been anti-MAGA too, if we're being real. A bit. I'm being, yeah, we know. I'm trying to be nice. H-Bomb has and does, yeah. Like I thought H-Bomber guy don't got internet. True. Where we stand, Sean, those of the big 3 BreadTubers. Kavanako just released a video on that. White BreadTube. It's true. H-Bomb says he stands with Palestine. It's not his place to make a video on it since he is well versed in the conflict. I don't think that's like invalid, but I think that it's still important to like speak more about. I don't think you can just leave it in. And to be fair, it's also not like a white BreadTube kind of take. Because I've seen takes like that from like Olemi as well, right? In that, oh, it's not my place. I don't want to speak over or whatever. And I understood that. I could understand that October, 8th, 2023, October 9th, 2023, maybe even October 10th, 2023. But like, you were eclipsing thousands of like children slaughtered in Palestine within like a week or two after October 7th. The death toll was rising and rising and rising very rapidly. It's not hard to say, hey, I think this is bad. I shouldn't see Kaide call it out as a genocide before a BreadTuber. I shouldn't see like Sidion talking about it as a genocide before like ContraPoints, Like there are normies who've gotten around to like, yeah, this is a bad thing. Right? This is a bad thing and I don't support this before like BreadTubers. And a lot of BreadTubers are because they agree with it. They side with Israel. That's what's thinking like about like everything now. Why liberals doing better than quote unquote progressives? Yeah, not even just liberals, like normies. These are normie people. And we'll add the Cabrera videos to the docket as well. This was a day ago. Perfect timing, actually. It's 51 minutes. 51. So it's a bit long. But yeah, it's just Shannon released the Reddit thing. Yeah, I know. It's why I say this. It's good timing, right? I respect this timing. ContraPoints Reddit is so insufferable. They only have pre-approved comments right now. I would say don't even look at it. It's not even important. I will say, I do want to call out, gosh darn it, that one guy who called me a freaking liberal or sock dem or whatever. I was like, gosh darn it, where's it at? Because this person replied under my tweet about ContraPoints. Evan, beeper emoji, right? Star of David is land back. Says, why do you say that, Hotep? They're saying. And the person responded like, Lamau, Sean the Black is a Hotep. What? Sean the Black is literally a sock dev. He's not even to the left of FD signifier. We're dead as calling any black people a Hotep at this point. I saw this. I was like, hold on. I'm further left than FD signifier is. What are we talking about here? Slander. Yes, slander. I'm like, now I just want to figure out, like, why do people think that I'm a sockdom? What position do I have or have I said that like gives sockdom? Do I give sockdom, chat? Like, I skip over like Hotep. I'm like, whatever. But like, do I give sockdom? I gotta fix that. I have to correct that if that's the case. It was your firebombing Walmart take. I mean, he took it back. I want to know why he thought I was a sockdem to begin with. I need to rectify that. I need to correct the record here. Okay, I am not a sockdem. And they saw coding and it just assumed. Maybe. Call and deprogram and dispel the rumors. I mean, 2 or 3 of the Deprogram podcast follows me, which is why I'm like kind of crazy. Like, maybe my association with Gen Z for change. Sean, do you have any conscience? Natalie, ContraPoints did not defend the genocide. People like you or my progress were never made, and extremist rhetoric will continue to thrive. Okay, chatter. Have you considered a better road as infeasible? Oh, you're right. I didn't even think about it like that. No, chatter, I raised you. She also didn't say genocide bad. And I think anybody who say, I guess technically she did say genocide bad. She said, I oppose the genocide. Right? And then she went on to say how she blames the online left for like the genocide itself. But she was literally like, where's it at? Where's it at? She said, you know, you all criticize me on the online left, but consider the fact that you've not saved a single Palestinian life. Checkmate, liberal. Also, I love that the chatter came in. He was like, waiting for my ban, but that's crazy, LOA. Yes, she did. Maybe not blatantly, but she literally opposes it and explains all of her feelings about it. Like, do you not feel pussy a little bit? Just a tad? Waiting for my ban. You didn't ban me yet, but I know you're going to. Because maybe I don't, run at the first sign of contentiousness. Which, you can't say the same thing about ContraPoints. I don't run at the first sign of somebody with a differing opinion of mine. I don't just block them out of nowhere, which, again, you can't say the same thing about ContraPoints. You can't ban me if you're anti-Haitian. You know, my finger's on the button right now. You think I won't? You think I won't? It's right there. It's right there. You people are way too attached to content creators? Extremely so. Extremely so. But no, again, if it's about priorities, if ContraPoints was actually against the genocide, why would she not say anything about it the last 20 months? Look at their logs in Assange chat. Ugh. I don't even want to do that now. But I mean, if you were committing white genocide, if you ban me, you are anti-British. Honestly, you should audit all chatters logs. True. Also, she had the left shrank in the coalition compared to 2017. Dems have a 60-point swing away from the supporting Israel to supporting of Palestine. But what she's saying is you're losing the support of the Zionist coalition, and she doesn't appreciate that because she's a part of that coalition. They've been begging Hassan to apologize to Ethan. This is desperate chatter. Okay, now I want to see it. Okay, see, I like that a lot more than somebody being just check his logs in Hassan's chat, right? Tell me that specifically. Now I gotta see it. Where is it? Where is it at? Where is it at? Copy. I'm right here. Okay. You're going on an hour timeout. You're not getting any clout from being a shitter in chatter. I've learned my lesson with Wesley. We turn these chatters into like niche celebrities or whatever. It goes to their head and they're just like, yes, talk about me more. Talk about me more. So the chatter got an hour timeout, and in an hour, when we're moved on to something else, then they can keep yapping or whatever. Apologize to Ethan. Gonna apologize to Ethan. Timed out for 5 minutes. Bro, is the song gonna talk about it or not? Banned. The song apologize to Ethan, bro. Support my boy. He was a slightly normal chatter before that. Let me go back to October 7th. Oh, he wasn't posting October 7th. He left after like April 2020. Wait, 2023. No. February 2023, he left. Came back in a year after 2024. So he wasn't even posting. But he was begging Hassan to apologize to Ethan. It's kind of funny. But yeah, that's the ContraPoints situation. Also, I just want to point out, I'd be tweeting, chat. 6K likes, 11K likes, 10K likes, 3K likes. Don't look at this one. 4.4K likes, 5.1K likes, 6.8K likes, 5.6K likes, 1.3K likes, 6.9K likes, 23,000 likes, 19K likes, 16K likes, 32K likes, 4.3K likes. YouTube isn't popping too. I'm saying. Chat, the stocks are going up. You better invest now. Invest now? Because once I start popping off with Hassan numbers, right? Because if you think about it, if you subscribe right now, you'll have a 1 month subscriber badge. But in 6 months, when I have triple my viewership, right? You'll have a 6 month subscriber badge, and then everybody will be looking at you with the cool badge. You'd be like, oh, this person was here 6 months ago. I'm just saying. Think about it. Think about it. What's up, Brett? I read Ethan's name. Big bro, I get it. Ethan just keeps posting. Honestly, he's been back for like 2-3 days, and like don't nobody care. You know, don't nobody care. Like I haven't seen anything
The Black says she's African
about his return.
Intimacy __ just subscribed. We
Was
go
being the
into
CEO
moon,
of Black people
lads.
outranked the king of Black people? FT's gonna write Per's recent video trying to claim, trying to see who's claiming my fealty the most. But did he actually say he's the king of Black people? He's stepping on my territory. He's stepping on my territory. I don't know. All right, the emperor of Black people. We did not decide on that. Bring it to the council again. I'll say we both have a seat on the council. We both have a seat on the council. This episode only got 300K views. Have you seen how far his views have dropped? No, I don't see Ethan Klein stuff. I don't go looking for it. I only see it when it pops up on my feed. So I only see it when y'all post it on the feed. So stop posting on the feed, gosh darn it. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if there's anything else to add about the ContraPoint stuff. How much do you pay Grok to boost you on Twitter? Nothing. I just let Grok call me slurs. Sorry. Wait, Kay, did you turn off the follow age bot thing? That video I know was good, but yeah, it's a bit long. Yeah? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. It is a good title. Yeah, this is interesting. He told me he was dropping this video. I'm curious about. Wait, is this the right video? Yeah, the video came out yesterday. About what he said. I am slightly curious about that. So we have this on the docket. We have this video from Turb about Ethan Klein's generational crash out. That I'm also slightly curious about. There's really never reflect on past electoralism. True. We just move on to the next thing. We're not watching this video. This Kaepernick video. There was one more video I wanted to watch. I don't remember what it was about though. Oh, yeah, you're right. The Jason clip. You're right. There was Cam James video on Tariq Nasheed. I did not hear about that. What's that video? Look it up. It's also long.
The time to come together was on November 5th when it counted. And all Black and brown people didn't do that. All marginalized communities didn't do that.
You don't see a Haitian saying I'm African Haitian or a Jamaican saying I'm African. We try to do the right thing and acknowledge our ancestry, and now it's being used. Well, what part? Like, no, just for that, we just Black.
All right. When I was young.
Okay, I'm interested in this video. This video has captured my attention early on. It's a bit long, so maybe not today. I don't have a lot of time today. Is Bad Up not actually releasing anything Klein content, or is he just trolling? Assume everything Bad Up says is a troll until it actually happens, Chad. That's my best advice. I do have to run to the bathroom. So I'll continue playing this video while I run to the bathroom real quick. Which you should also watch and like, by the way. You should watch and like this video. This video is a very good video about Ludwig. And then we'll get back and we'll probably get into the FD video on Bernie Sanders. Yeah. Because I think there are some takes about the general calculus of like white leftism. Jason Clip. It's not a Jason Clip. It's a Jason VOD. I don't know how long Jason talked about that topic, but it's on the docket. I think we'll watch it tomorrow. Also, apparently, somebody sent Ludwig reacts to the Ludwig Ogren story, like that video. I think in my Discord. Chat, tell me if I'm wrong. I don't have my Discord on this computer. There was something in there. Yes, I did. Is it useful to talk about it? Is there something useful in there? Yes, kinda. Okay, you say what that is while you use the bathroom. I'll be
Right,
back.
but people who they put in a box of being adjacent or around politics, so therefore they're not worth defending. Like obviously, like Denim Frogan, Casey Tron, but also like myself, right? Capri, Raph. Like there are like a dozen small creators that Ethan has put in his crosshairs to spend his entire, content career now for the last 2 years disparaging and harassing. And for the only focus of this entire campaign is to be like, from the aspect of like, oh, what about the fighters? Oh, think of the fighters. I think that's saying something, right? For some reason, like small creators do not blip on Ludwig's radar to be talked about. For some reason, he doesn't care enough, right? And the mass harassment stoked by somebody who has, thousands of times our audience doesn't register enough to him for him to talk about or for him to cover. I don't know what that reason is. I genuinely have no clue. Maybe it's because he feels that as though Frogan has wronged him in the future or in the past. Therefore, like he doesn't think that she deserves his defense. Maybe he doesn't want to be put in the crosshairs of Ethan as he was in the past. I don't know what it is, right? But for some reason, like the space as a whole has deemed itself as, or has deemed us, being like me and my friends, as unworthy of support, which is why he could only view this as like, oh, it was a bad business decision for Ian to create the content cop. And that's the only way he can view it. And not as though like, Ian's trying to defend people who he feels doesn't have a voice. You know who reached out to me when Ethan announced he was suing me? Ian did. Ian has 7 million subscribers on YouTube. He has a way larger established audience than I do. There's no reason for him to do something like that. Right? But he reached out to me to make sure that I was good, that I was okay. And for some reason, that doesn't register to Ludwig. I don't expect Ludwig to reach out to me specifically. You know what I mean? But like, that's not something that registers in his mind. That is unacceptable for Ludwig. Because it was a bad business decision. Because that's, for some reason, the only way Ludwig can view the situation. Maybe it's because of his whole mogul brand. It's on his freaking hoodie. It's on the hoodie that I bought from him for the last chess boxing event, Maybe that's what the reason is. But the truth is that if you were to watch the content cop itself, you would know that he was doing so in order to speak out as a large creator against somebody who is stoking a mass harassment campaign. And Ludwig is mad because he didn't wait until that harassment campaign escalated even further, right? And didn't give another 6 to 8 months to call it out. It's just disappointing, right? And this is not even about Ludwig. I'm not talking about this to like come for like Ludwig specifically. Ludwig is just a proxy for my anger here. Apologies to Ludwig for that. But like, This goes for like the entire space. This is not a Ludwig problem, right? This goes for the entire ecosystem. For some reason, it's not that people don't know or aren't aware about what Ethan Klein is doing. It's not as though Ethan is not like a part of the story. Like Ludwig knows. This chatter brought it up, wherever it was.
But I do think Ethan Klein did it. Okay.
Like he knows. He's aware. And for some reason, he either doesn't think the people that Ethan Klein is disparaging are worth protecting, or he thinks that they deserve it. I don't know what that is. I don't know what the answer to Ludwig is. I don't know if he thinks that a small creators here deserves Ethan's ire for whatever reason. I don't think if he thinks it's acceptable for Ethan to like weaponize his, again, multi-million follower audience against people with a fraction of his audience size consistently for months on months on months on end, right? But for whatever reason, this has not been a blip on his radar. And when it is get brought up, he has more of an issue with Ian actually doing what he should be doing. Like if we're being real, right? He has more of an issue with Ian doing what this should be doing, speaking out, using his large established audience to speak out for people who don't have a voice. He has more of a problem with Ian doing what he should be doing than with the person who is stoking the harassment in the first place. That's what my issue is. That is what my problem is. Creator Clash 3 being canceled demands a video from Ludwig. But when it comes to the people who have been consistently harassed, right? Maybe Ludwig's not aware. Maybe Ludwig's not aware of the death threats that I get. The fact that me and everybody else involved in this have been doxxed. And I'm not even the main target here. The women in this situation get like 4, 5, 6 times that. Maybe Ludwig doesn't know. Maybe Ludwig is unaware. Or maybe he does know, he doesn't care. Maybe that's what it is, right? And if he is aware and he doesn't care, I can't support someone like that. That's the fire department, because they know I'm cooking, right? And I'm saying this because it's disappointing, because I like Ludwig. I have a little thing here. It has this little catchphrase on it, chat. It says, Mogul Boxing Club. I've bought merch from 2 people and it's been Hassan and Ludwig. That's it. Where's your life-size Ludwig pillow? It's in the wash, right? But that's why it's so disappointing. Like, because what he's saying is, he's saying, oh, Ian should have made the content cop, after Creative Clash was over. Which is essentially him saying that the defense of the people, Ian's friends, essentially, could have been took a back seat to like the business decision. And not on the fact that the people who were trying to torpedo the event from the jump. No beef for them. None. At all. No words for the people who've organized collectively around tarnishing and diminishing the event. At all. None. Ian should have done what Ludwig's doing now. Ian should have ignored smaller creators being harassed by somebody thousands of times their size. Because what about the fighters? And it just shows that, like, for whatever reason, we are not a blip on Ludwig's radar. Ludwig doesn't care about us. Doesn't care about the death threats we're receiving from the harassment stoked by Ethan Klein, who, again, I must add, is thousands of times larger than all of us combined. It's crazy.
Okay, I'm not trying to be controversial here, but I do think iDubbbz posting the content cop was one of the dumbest moves ever. Straight up. That was crazy. I think it was.
Yeah. I have returned. You clicked in this video, thank you. Which means you should watch it, chat. You should watch it. Because it's a good video. I feel like I sent some of the stuff earlier about the L wig that you asked me. About the L wig? Oh, okay. Also, yes, I was tweeting from the toilet. Yeah, because I saw that that freaking Nicki Minaj was joining Kick. Nicki Minaj has made her Kick channel. And I said, "Aw, she made it on Kick so her brother and husband would feel at home." So, bro, she's calling Aiden Ross. Did y'all see that? She's calling Aiden Ross, getting advice on how to stream. Barbs are coming for you. I mean, I was correct. So,
You know, the pros.
Yeah, okay.
Nicki Minaj called Aiden Ross on stream and they discussed the benefits of Kick over Twitch.
You know.
Kai, Aiden, XQC are mainstream now. Okay, I feel like those are two heavy sneaks. Two of the heaviest sneaks. What do you mean Kai, Aiden, and XQC? Like, the only people who are taking Aiden Ross seriously are, like, people with credible pedophile allegations or associations. Let's be real. Drake, Nicki Minaj, Andrew Tate, Trump, like, whether you like it or not, they are. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're incorrect. Right? Kai, yes. Right? Speed, yes. Aiden Ross is not mainstream. As in, like, taken seriously on by mainstream outlets. Aiden Ross is, like, to his credit, catching the people on their fall off. Like, he got Drake after the Kendrick Lamar stuff. You know, he got Nicki Minaj as Nicki Minaj is falling off. You know, like, he's not mainstream. He's not taken seriously by, like, actual, like, mainstream people. I'm not saying he's a good guy at all, just how I see it. I think you see it incorrectly. Or we just have a difference in what mainstream is. He did a stream with Trump. He is so mainstream. Even then, like, even with the stream with Trump, which is his, like, most mainstream moment, like, he's not capitalized off of that, like, if we're being real. You know? So did, like, the Nook Boys. I wouldn't call the Nook Boys mainstream. You know? Joe Rogan, I would call mainstream. I would. I wouldn't. Right? Like, my dad knows who, I asked my dad yesterday, he knows who Joe Rogan is. He doesn't know who Aiden Ross is. He doesn't know who the Nook Boys is. An average adult would not know who he is. Exactly. Right? They would know who Drake is, but they wouldn't know who Aiden Ross is, even though Aiden Ross collabed with Drake. I'm sure they heard of Nicki Minaj, but, like, they don't know who Aiden Ross is, even though he's, like, talking with Nicki Minaj. But they know who Kai is, and that's what mainstream means. Like, does my grandmother know who this person is? At least heard their name in passing. When they were talked about on CNN, was there a mention of this? That's what I define as mainstream. And Aiden Ross just isn't that. Not saying he's not, like, popping. Not saying that he's not famous. He's just not mainstream. And XQC definitely is not mainstream. Kai is. No question. Kai is. Right? I'll say Speed is as well. But, like, there's a reason why Aiden Ross was not on the Times 100 top influential streamer list. Nicki Minaj. Democrats attacked me over my cousin's balls. Remember? Bro, why would she write this? Why would she write this? Democrats attacked me over my cousin's balls. Remember? Let's see if they have any thoughts on the what? I feel like this is a slur. This is a slur. This is tickling my slur barometer. Desiree Perez, CEO of Rock Nation. My alarm for bad words is going off. It does tickle my slow barometer. But I just won't say it. Pardon. Geiger's slur counter. Yeah, it's pinging. Let's see if they have any thoughts about my on brother billionaire never campaigned for Kamala even after. Who is he talking about? I'm so confused. Never campaigning for Kamala even after Obama pleaded with the brothers. Who are the? Oh, Jay-Z. I feel like I'm out of the loop on this. Isn't this the brother? The one brother who could have gotten the job done for y'all? Well, if the top brother in charge can leave y'all hanging without repercussions, then may everyone else leave y'all hanging as well. Hanging like my cousin's friend's balls, football. Dude, what is she talking? What is she talking about? What is she talking about? I'm so confused. You don't remember the ball story? No, I do remember the ball story. But, like, I don't know what she's saying with this. She's like, the Democrats attacked my cousin's balls. And then she talks about, like, Jay-Z leaving people hanging and then hanging like her cousin's friend's balls. I don't know what she's saying. Do you remember the cousin's ball? Yeah, I remember the cousin's chat. I remember the freaking cousin's ball story. I don't know why she's bringing it up. I don't know what point she's. I remember the cousin's ball. She said that the vaccine inflamed her cousin's balls and made them swollen. Yes, I remember. This is when Hassan almost got canceled by the Barbs. Like, I didn't know that story. No, that is the thing. Yes, she claimed that the vaccine, like, inflamed her cousin's balls. Therefore, nobody should get the vaccine because it will make you impotent and give you giant swollen testicles, I guess. And everybody was clowning on her, and now she's being like, "Remember we all laughed at me because of this? Well, Jay-Z didn't support Kamala." And he left you hanging like my cousin's friend's balls. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. I have no. Well, she's going to kick, so, like, you know, that's all that really matters. You went from canceling Hassan to getting streaming takes from Aiden Ross. Yeah. She'll stream for like 4 days. She'll stream for like 4 days until she realizes that she's not making any money because she's not getting any viewership. Because you can't just launder your, you can't just launder your own notoriety to, like, become a large streamer. We just talked about this, right? We literally just talked about this with, like, Ray J. You can't just, like, start streaming and expect to be, like, at Kai Cenat numbers immediately just because you have a large following. I think she'll notice that and then she'll just leave. Soulja Boy. Yeah, Soulja Boy. T-Pain took a long time to get as big as he is. And T-Pain's not even that large of a streamer. Not to shame T-Pain or whatever, but, like, he's like, we're like the same size streamer. And T-Pain's a freaking recording artist. You know? Yeah. Like a platinum selling recording artist. Why is it so bright? Jeez Louise. Hello? Why is that not loading? Okay. Like, technically within the last 7 days, I've averaged more viewers than T-Pain. Don't look at the last 30 days. We just see reactions to loading screens. Right? And so he has 1 million followers, but like even him getting like averaging 1,000 viewers, it's like it's very good, obviously. But that's normal. That's normal. But they expect to be like start streaming and then like getting like Kai Cenat numbers. You know? They expect to be pulling in 97,000 viewers. And you're just not going to be doing that. Has he been streaming for a long while? Yeah, for like years. Average is crazy. It is crazy. It's so much freaking money, bro. Like having 30,000 paying subs is already crazy. Right? Like T-Pain had like T-Pain. So Kai has like 9,000 gifted and 30,000 paying subs. Mine is like the exact opposite. I have a lot more gifted subs than I do paying subs, I think. Hey, it's me. Oh, it doesn't even show my paying subs. Yeah, I just have more gifted though. We gotta get these numbers up, boys. And girls and MBs. Shout out open presents. True. Shout out open presents. Anyway. Oh. I was supposed to be reading what Scribble and Dibble was saying about the Lebnick video. Video talks about Elwig became a brand he manages to be likable and innovated, and how his brand was built. So I thought maybe get some insight about what Elwig does in terms of Mogul Mail era. It doesn't sound crazy interesting. But I decided we'll talk about this, the Zoran stuff. Because this kind of actually bleeds into what Jason was talking about, I think. People are so ruthless with the Contra, I love it. It's the last thing I'll look at, and then we'll move back on. Oh, I have this person blocked. It's so funny. You know, some theater kid with 3 million views doing egotistical cosplay skits in a bathtub in 2018 starts posting forthright Hickens to defend Joe Biden on Reddit. That's crazy. Haikus. I don't know why. Did I spell haiku? I can't read. It does look like a haiku. It does. Haikus. You know, I own it. I can't read. Maybe I need more ContraPoints theory in my life. Hey, cuz. Hey, cuz, what's up? This account is kind of like the Suki's account, right? That's why I blocked them. Yeah.
Mamdani mania is sweeping New York.
But this is FD's video. So let's see what this is about as well.
And the nation. But I'm worried that progressives aren't ready for what might come next. So if you're in any way politically engaged and you've seen New York mayoral candidate and winner of the Democratic primary for that position, Zoran Mamdani, on your screen or feeds a lot in the past few months. Mamdani came out of nowhere to somehow beat Democratic establishment choice and adjudicated sex pest Andrew Cuomo, a man that was for a moment being eyed as a presidential campaign hopeful.
All right, chat, focus up. Love your copy pasta. Focus up.
Way back in 2020 as he governed the state of New York during COVID. Cuomo had co-signed some Chuck Schumer, Amy Klobuchar, and Jim Clyburn, along with the funding and support of the Democratic establishment. And while his sordid past did him no favors, the real reason—
I will say, so far, I've received mixed reactions on this video. I've seen mixed reactions on this video. I've seen some people saying that FD cooked. I've seen some people saying that this video is a miss. So I'm curious. I'll see.
He lost isn't just that. It's because
it wasn't white leftists, Sakuga. People saying it was a miss weren't white leftists.
magic behind Zoran Mamdani. Mamdani has a unique and dynamic background. He's incredibly charismatic, and he ran on a platform of basic and feasible policies. Some might call them kitchen table policies that support the working class of New York with sensible changes to the way things work up there to make it easier for people who actually have normal jobs to make a living and live in the city that they love. Because I am not in New York, I only paid passing attention through my New York peers and other pundits paying attention to the situation. But when I did watch a little bit of Mamdani over the past couple of weeks, I feel like, yeah, he might have something special, which is why a lot of progressives are excited. Mamdani's success could signal to other progressive figures as well as the Democratic establishment as a whole that it's time.
Okay, I said I want to focus up, but like, I think I hear after reading Mike's Twitch stream title, what did ContraPoints do? Am I going to be sad? I want to be the person to break the news of this chatter. Yes. Yes, you are going to be very sad. I'm so sorry. Yes, how Samaya had a problem with it. Yeah, I like Samaya. Samaya was one of my earlier TikTok mutuals.
Time to abandon the neoliberal oligarchical framework of the party, which is how it's been ran since Clinton won the presidency in 1996. And this has degraded the Democratic Party from the lesser of two evils to just the other evil over the last 30 years. There's a lot more broader implications to the success of Mamdani that I'll let others cover. There's a whole conversation about putting faith in the electoral system to begin with as well.
YouTube says she's been reposted by Ethan Klein. What do you mean? ContraPoints? Oh no, we already saw that, Katie. We saw ContraPoints being reposted by Ethan Klein. Right? No, not the Cousins Ball stuff. But here, we covered this. But you were saying like YouTube, like as a organization, was saying that she was being posted by Ethan Klein. I was like, what? That didn't make much sense to me. Hey, focus up. Gosh darn it.
Well, which I'm not going to get into right now. There's also the fact that highly progressive candidates and outright socialists have been elected to offices before without great results because they haven't had the backing that they needed from people after they're elected, something I talked about in my stream clips video the other week. But what I want to talk about today is one specific thing that can make this a non-starter to begin with, considering that his opponent in the final election is current mayor Eric Adams, and that in the primary, Zoran won every major group of voters except one, black people. And I don't think y'all understand. The fact that Andrew Cuomo won black people was something that was immediately brought to my attention as, of course, the king of the blacks. As everyone knows, I need to answer for all things black people are doing, even in states and cities that I have no connection to. And because
And just so you know, chat, this does not usurp my authority. We cover different jurisdictions, okay? We cover different jurisdictions as the CEO of Black People. Right? We're like, he covers this province and I cover this province. Yeah, it's different branches of government. You know, no, he's not my boss. I do not answer to him. We cover different provinces. You're the CEO? Yeah, it's very clear by my it's the first thing in my Twitter bio. I am the CEO of Black People.
I take that role very seriously, I realized I would have to respond because as far as I could tell, the people bringing this to my attention were doing it as some sort of gotcha, bitch, requiring me to answer for black people that didn't vote for the obvious progressive choice. For
this is true. So far, I completely agree. And I do think that it does very quickly teeter into like racism by people looking for like black progressives to now answer for why is your community failing? You must now speak for your community as to why you're failing and why you didn't vote for the progressive choice. You know? This is true.
for mayor when I and others say all the time that black people are more progressive than the general population. If that's the case, FD, why didn't they vote for Mamdani, who clearly had the more progressive platform? Why did they vote for Andrew Cuomo? And in response, I have this to say. It's clear some of y'all white progressives did not learn shit from what happened to Bernie Sanders. It hit me while I was streaming a couple of weeks ago that white progressives as a whole still are not ready for the moment, because when I talked about the issue of race regarding Mamdani, and I was talking about the historical truth that progressive policies have always been popular in America until you acknowledge or mention that those policies might benefit black people, and someone responded in my chat saying, well, that sounds defeatist. Fox Riemann says, no disrespect, but that's a bit defeatist, but I get what you mean. It's not defeatist, it's just facts. I'm 5'11". If somebody tells me I'm too short to play in the NBA, that's not defeatist. That's just facts. And I was thrown at this being the response, but then I remembered that to a lot of white leftists, and especially white liberals, race matters are the equivalent to like a foreign language they've learned just enough about to get by while they're gonna go on like an international trip. And the vast majority of them haven't even done that. To a lot of white leftists and white liberals, they're not racist because they understand why racism is a problem. They're doing it because they know it might get them in trouble. And that's...
This is true. My question is more how this is fully applicable, right? Getting a rundown on any black or brown progressive policy. No, he's correct in that a lot of policy and progressive policy making does fall into this lens of not... I think a lot of problems that like white progressive base has is that they think if like, oh, if we just address working class issues and struggles, then these would be policies that will then like trickle down, if you will, to then help and affect black people, instead of crafting policies to then rectify the issues that black people are facing in like a reparation style effort, right? It is class reductionist in a sense. They're not class reductionists, but some of the way that they approach policy crafting, it's like, oh, we're gonna focus on and craft policy that tackles working class issues as a whole, that will, as we all understand, that will then trickle down to then help black people. And that there is a level of frustration there with that being how progressive policy is crafted within the black community. And I think that's what he's saying, right? I think that's the point that he's making, right? But I don't want to see the rest of the video.
That's why we keep on having this problem. It's to the point that when I bring up how race has a significant impact on any mainstream political project, people slander me with being an identitarian or using liberal identity politics, when in reality, I'm just pointing out huge gap in basic knowledge and strategy that people need to understand, especially if you're serious about anything around major electoral movements. Like, I'd get being less interested in race matters for the more radical folks out there. It's still a flaw, but I get it. But if you genuinely care about progressive politics and voting and winning elections and haven't done a full inventory on why Bernie Sanders lost black voters twice, then you have a lot to learn. And know, as much as I hate Jim Clyburn, it's not as simple as him controlling black voters. I'll explain.
I think this is also true, right? And I can only speak from this perspective because I was not of voting age in right? I was not of voting age in 2016 because mainstream media didn't back him. Not necessarily. That's not like the point, right? The truth of the matter is, doing like actual historical analysis, Bernie Sanders, for whatever reason, for some reason, did not garner the support of the black vote as a whole. Right? And there are a number of different reasons for this. And I think a lot of people don't want to do the analysis for like getting down to the root of why that is, because it's very easy to push black people in the box like, oh, they're just, you know, by and large religiously conservative, and therefore they're anti-progressive, which is not necessarily the case. There are people doing it now with Zohran Mamdani being like, oh, black people are Islamophobic, and because Zohran is Muslim, black people won't vote for him, which then puts black people in this other box instead of trying to get to the root of like why, for some reason, progressive policies are not resonating with black people in this country, whether it's they feel burned by progressives or faux progressives, and they want to go with a more traditionally safe candidate in order to not, risk losing and slipping back into like further white supremacy, whether it's that part of it, whether it's the fact that people feel as though progressives are actually faux progressives and that there is a historical reason why they don't feel trustworthy of people like Bernie Sanders or people who are outwardly telling them the right thing. There's some analysis that has to be done as to why black voters, who are by and large a very progressive base, especially when you compare them to like white voters, white men, white women, right? Why it feels like that's the case. And if I do my own analysis, there are people who look at like white men and women and see them as more progressive when it's actually just kind of more binary, right? Here, if I were to draw it like this. Right, you have like the political spectrum here. You have like freaking left and you have right. And you have like centrist. What you see is you'll see a lot of, and I think this comes down to white supremacy. White people are allowed to hold all of these perspectives. Right, you'll have white centrists, you'll have white leftists, you'll have white liberals, right, or leftists and liberals. You have like white Nazis and right-wing people or whatever. And by and large, you just see black people more likely holding this perspective, right? There are still some like outliers of like black people who are over here and over here, right? But like people look at this and they just see black people as just like less progressive and like not as open to progressive policies. And they take that down to being like, oh, black people are just inherently like, conservative or whatever. Black people are Islamophobic, they're homophobic, or whatever reason that's trying to like make up for like why they are not here, right? But kind of ignoring the fact that they're, that by and large in this country, white people they're just more freaking right-wing white people than there are right-wing black people. And like black people are, I'm not defending this, but they're more likely to like lean towards safety, right? To lean towards safety of the of like the center, because they are afraid of moving too close to the left and then slipping very, very far down into the right. Right? I think that's bad. I think that's a bad thing. I think that's, something we need to rectify. But that is a thing that exists, and you can't just do away with it. Right? You can't just do away with it because it doesn't exist, because it does exist. Safety is defined by mainstream media, though, is my point. Not necessarily. Safety is defined by the black community. Like, which is why you get into this issue when it comes to like other issues about black people trying to protect their own. Because white supremacy is such an invasive force. If you gave black people a binary choice between, a potentially better outcome that has a 50% chance of sliding back into worse white supremacy, and the safety of still being faced by white supremacy now, but this current state of white supremacy, they're going to choose that safety. Because they look at like what it could be and the black experience as it has been historically, and they're like, I don't want to risk it getting worse than it is now. Again, I'm not justifying that. I'm just saying that process does exist. Yes, the devil known versus the devil unknown. And that's why I think part of the reason why progressive forces in this country have a harder time pulling and cultivating the black vote. The president has unfortunately presented the best circumstances for self-interested people. It's not even self-interested, it's self-survival for the black people here. Right? Because in this country, black history is built upon and predicated on like black people being the underclass. Like blackness as a concept was built as a kind of like yin and yang, right? An opposing force to whiteness as the catch-all term for everything bad in this country. So in America specifically, blackness is the perpetual underclass, right? So that's where it comes from. At no point in this country's history has this country not been hostile to black people. Yeah, I think this is only part of the reason. This is like part of the reason. This is a slight part, one of many, as to why black people are untrustworthy of very fresh and new progressivism. I still think it's bad, right? I still think it's not good, right? But it is a reality, and it's a reality that we as the left need to rectify in order to bring black people on this side. And I think oftentimes non-black or white leftists will reduce the black community down to just a conservative force as a monolith. And I think that that's a fool's errand. And I think that that's what FD is saying here. How though? What do you mean? As I just described, people describing the black community as opposed to progressivism because they're like homophobic or whatever. When by and large, like there are more homophobic white people than there are homophobic black people. It's just the case, right? Or like people are like, are anti-progressive because they're transphobic or because they're Islamophobic or whatever. I think oftentimes it's reduced down to that, and I think that gets into an avenue where there's this idea that like I think a lot of like rev comms fall into that, like, oh, the white racist Appalachian is more worthwhile trying to court than like the black liberal or whatever. You know what I mean? Which is why I don't fully subscribe to that notion that I see oftentimes, right? And I think that mindset comes from and is based in white supremacy as well. Thor's also trying to talk to black people, like he went to the Haitian event not so long ago. He is trying to talk to black people, but he should still hold more of a meetings where not to talk to Haitian, to all black people as a whole. Yes, but like FT's not even criticizing Zoran here, right? People say that. That's a wild take. Yes, people say that all the time, right? But like FT's not criticizing Zoran. He's criticizing because like I think Zoran is doing what he's supposed to be doing here. I don't know what FT's take is in the future, like for the rest of the video. I think Zoran is doing what he's supposed to be doing. I think he is talking to black people, right? And black supporters. I think the problem here, FT's primarily cooking Bernie here, he's not even cooking Bernie, he's cooking like Bernie's audience. He's cooking the audience and the white leftists who are kind of laundering progressivism over the black community as a way of like moral posturing a little bit. That's what I get from what I've seen so far. But let's continue with this.
By offering a little lore dump, I want to again admit that I was not and still am not a huge Bernie Sanders guy. To me, he's the best that exists in a political party that has almost nothing to offer, but that's got less to do with Bernie as an individual and more to do with the party as a whole. And I am very different now than I was in 2016.
Like that's a fair take. I don't disagree with that.
It comes to politics when Bernie emerged as a major player in the Democratic Party. And I liked everything they was saying back then. I had not taken real leftist political ideology seriously, even though I've been greatly exposed to it, because like many black people, while I desired the socialism promised by Bernie Sanders and his movement, I had no faith that there was any chance it would win, and I didn't low-key trust that it was sincere. I was like most black people, especially post-Obama, very cynical and nihilistic towards our political system and invested in maintaining the status quo because the opposing options seemed like bigger threat. I had a lot to learn, like most millennials my age, black and otherwise, right? Getting that out the way. It's been steady growth since then, growth that is far from being done. However, one hill I'm still dying on is recognizing how poorly Bernie Sanders, and more specifically, a lot of his supporters, manage black skepticism towards him. To this day,
exactly,
I, like a lot of black folks, including black leftists and progressives, find it incredibly frustrating that Bernie supporters don't realize how bad they came off to black people at that time and how that.
And I think it's not even just about Bernie. And the reason why I think I identify with this take a lot more than I think a lot of other people do. It's because I've gotten this, right? I've gotten this from Hassan's audience. When I talk about my experience as a black person in the political landscape and the way that I'm treated by just talking about my experience as a black person doing politics online from like white leftists, right? I talk about that consistently. I still get it. I still get it. You know what I mean? Like, just the way that people interact with just not even black skepticism, but black critique. Black critique as reducing it down to being like wrecker behavior, you know, is something that exists. It just is. People telling you that you don't know how to appeal to black people, yeah. They'll call you a fed, yeah. The whole morning liking core retreats of people don't get ContraPoints is a great day. It's a very campus tendency. A lot of historical McCarthyism is in my estimation.
The whole morning liking Q arts of people dunking on ContraPoints.
Thank you for the 21 months, Cadenza. I was gonna read something. The problem with white leftists is a lot of us refuse to acknowledge that we have a lot of unlearning to do. It's always, I'm not racist, transphobic, etc. Instead of I'm listening. Yeah, it's and I think a lot of it comes from like somebody being like, I don't know how I feel about Bernie Sanders, and then like like a black person be like, I don't know how I feel about Bernie Sanders, and then white leftists turning around being like, shut up, you're wrong and you're stupid. Instead of listening to be like, okay, what is your critique? This is how Bernie Sanders will help the black community. This is how we can address, and then I think a lot of people think that black people just don't deserve that. And they'll give that to like racist white people. They will give that leeway to racist white people. They will give the avenue of communication there for like white people who say the N-word, may currently be saying the N-word, is open for them. But when you're a black person who's like, I don't really know how I feel about this Bernie Sanders guy, it's just, shut up, this would be good for you. Shut up and take it. Just accept it. Accept Bernie Sanders. Accept Bernie Sanders. You know what I mean? Like, literally Dean or Ethan, yes. Which is why it's the same thing I've talked about consistently. Right? The same thing I talk about consistently. Like, it's just, there is, and again, I think the people who are like, I don't know how I feel about Bernie Sanders, I think they're wrong. Right? That's why I say, because I think they're incorrect. I think that they are incorrect. I think Bernie Sanders is a net good and positive force. And Bernie Sanders getting political power, it would be a good thing. Same with Zoran getting political power being a good thing as well, right? But you have to acknowledge that the way that a lot of white leftists, white progressives treat, right, black skepticism, or black people who are, like, black people never have any chance to learn an identity. If you are a black person in America, people have this expectation that you come out the womb as, like, a communist. And if you don't do so, you are a lost cause. There's never any room for black people to cultivate a political identity. To be, as a white person, you can be wary of Bernie Sanders, and people will accept you with open arms. They'd be like, oh, you're still learning, you're still growing. They did it with Ethan Klein. What happened with Ethan Klein is, as I've talked about a lot, never gets extended to a black person. Never gets extended to a black person. You're never allowed to grow. You're never allowed to come into your political identity. You're not. Is this some kind of unconscious racism? It is. It is unconscious racism. What can you mean Bernie do to black people that irritates them because they take there's no war but class war too literally? Racial injustice is directly caused by class struggle. That's why it's important to talk about racial injustice even when it comes to social politicians. Yeah. And just like it was Kamala's job to message how she would be different than Biden, it was Bernie's job to message why black people should have voted for him. Yeah, and I think Bernie did an okay job at doing so for what I've seen. But the problem is that like Bernie's supporters, the Bernie Bros, were so repulsive in the same way that like I talk about like Dean being repulsive to the left, right? Or a lot of white leftists being repulsive to the left, right? This is why it's not a critique of Bernie. This is not a critique of Bernie. It's not a critique of Zoran. It's not a critique of the socialist politicians who are the faces here. It's a critique of the audience and the way that they launder progressivism. Just the supporters, campaign staff also. I mean, yeah. But I think Bernie was saying the right things. Like, I think Bernie was doing the right things, right? But I think that it's the base around it that turned black people off, right? Like again, when I was talking about Dean, I was getting like hate from like the people in Hassan's community. I literally said it. I was like, I don't know if I want to be in this space, right? If this is the way that black voices are going to be treated with a little bit of dissent, I don't know if I want to be here. And that's the way that I think a lot of black people viewed Bernie. Right. Again, I don't know. I have to surmise based upon what FD is saying, what I've seen, because I wasn't of voting age at this point. I wasn't engaged with politics at this point. Right? Is Dean still relevant? Yes, because my dad brought up Dean to me yesterday, which was kind of funny. He was like, there's this guy I saw on Facebook. He reminds me a lot of you, the way you talk. And he's like, white guy, very left leaning. And I was like, white guy, very left leaning. He's like, yeah, he doesn't do streams, he does like podcasts and stuff. And I was like, what? I said, what do he look like? He's like, very white guy. He's like young. And I was like, is his name Dean? He's like, yeah, it's Dean. It's his name. And I'm just like, he's like, yeah, it reminds me a lot of you. I'm like, why would you say this to me? Why would you say this to me? The way some chatters treated you for that Dean take was gross. I mean, we can go back and look at the Reddit post, chat. They're still probably up. It be your own people. It do be your own people. That's what I cooked you. Chill. Is that better or worse? Me call it sock them? Worse. Worse. House Reddit was wild, yeah. But like what I said back then, I was like, I said, I don't know how I feel being in this space. Cause you give a good-natured critique. There were people in here who were coming to me being like, Hassan wouldn't agree with you. How dare you do this to Hassan? You're just adding to the Ethan Klein hate campaign. When I talked to Hassan, and he understood where I was coming from. Right? Which is why I don't have beef with Hassan. I have beef with the freaking audience. The audience is hostile towards black voices. It just is. In the same way that with Bernie's campaign, that a lot of Bernie Sanders' fans came at it from the way, or from an avenue of like, no, I know better, right, than these black people. And did they? Probably, maybe, But the way that they messaged it was like, hey, this is gonna help you out. I'm supporting Bernie Sanders to help you out. You should be grateful to me, right? You should lick my boots, actually. And that's a way that I think a lot of that continues now. To your point about giving leeway to other marginalized folks first and foremost, my last message was my personal anecdote. To be fair, that was 2 messages ago, chatter. You can't count. So my best friends that I first came out, I came out to first and stayed with me for a decade now were my black friends, while majority of them handled normally cishet dudes. One of my friends called me a Decepticon and a Transformers. I take that over hate any day. There's a lot of I know better than black people in Hassan's Discord. Yeah. How do we shift the scales? Like, in what way? Like, to progressivism in the black community as a whole? You can't say that I can't count. I'm a woman. I ironically stumbled on a video of a science debater YouTuber who was negative on Dean Withers for basically turning a blind eye to harassment in his Discord server. But after the apathy towards black people's opinions, is very off-putting. Not just black, but the holier than thou-ness in leftist circles is seriously off-putting. Yeah, that's true. Not it's just a case in general. right? But it's something a lot of marginalized people face because these spaces are cultivated by white people for white people. Like, we just have to acknowledge that. I think it makes a lot of white people uncomfortable acknowledging. These spaces are crafted by white people for white people. You know? But there are certain instances where Hassan will say this. He says that, like, this space is a space for, like, people who hold bigoted beliefs to, like, grow. Which I think is good. I think spaces like that are necessary. But you have to realize that those are some of the largest spaces on the platform. And they're not spaces for, like, you know, black people to feel necessarily heard or to be safe or to talk about black issues. Right? Because the spaces are by white people for white people. You know?
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank.
I'm not saying that like a silent space is like unsafe, but I'm saying that that's not what the space is for.
_ma_94 just
I was streaming last night with Brace and Miro and Bronson telling me Hassan is anti-black. I mean, that's not what I'm saying though. Right? I'm saying that a lot of leftist spaces, as they're cultivated, are done for the perspective of and for the express purpose of changing white people's minds. You know? And that's some chatters are, though. And don't worry about chatters. Oda comes from their misunderstanding that class is the only thing that matters, and some people thinking that they are done learning or don't need to hear new topics, and class struggle still has more oppressed groups within. Yeah. A lot of leftists aren't exposed enough to black and brown culture. Like, speaking on the stream yesterday, I was watching the stream yesterday, and there was a lot of good and funny moments. But I did see a lot of comments being like, LOL, is this a Kai Cenat stream or whatever? Right, so it still does exist within the audience, you know? And again, in the same way that I don't think FD is critiquing Bernie Sanders specifically or Zoran specifically, right? I'm not critiquing Hassan specifically. I'm critiquing the audience. Right? And a lot of that is within the audience. And I've seen that, right? The guy did get called out, to be fair. But the point is that it exists. It's there, right? And again, that's just one instance. But I've seen it. I've seen it myself. They did it to me. They've done it to FD. Like, black critique is seen as wrecker behavior. And that pushes black people away. It just does. Like, I brought up going to Chuchu Frito, a Spanish bot, and would eat. And some chatters thought I was doing a bit with the sign. Yeah, there were so many chatters last night saying it's dangerous, be careful of those gunshots. I know black, I Dominican, etc. It was funny. Guys, let's be fair. It was one chatter saying it, and he got instant sniped by Ismo. Chatter, you're not understanding. You're not listening. When I say this is an example, right? I don't know if you weren't in here, but I've spoken to my own experience when I've said that this is a consistent thing, right? You're doing the exact thing, actually. You're doing the thing, which is reducing down the experience that I am literally telling you that I have experienced myself within that space to it being, oh, it was just a one-time thing. It wasn't it doesn't happen a lot. Because it does. It does. It is a consistent thing that happens. Right? And we can acknowledge that. We can say that that's the case so we can work to rectifying that and correcting it. It was just a bad apple, let's take. Yeah. And that is, I think, what FD is getting to here. I think Sean, as a black man, knows exactly what the perspective of a black man would be if I had stupid chatters. You'd be surprised. People will say that because I'm black, I am biased on this and I can't give an honest perspective. Kind of off topic of the vibe in the Bronx chat frame, strangely, like, I don't know, homely. I feel like the area of London, my best friend's friend, I love it there. It was very community driven. You're black? Maybe. It's just racist. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you, Chatter. There are actually hierarchies other than class that are different from class that are bad. If you pretend that there isn't, you're telling everyone marginalized that hierarchy that you don't understand their oppression. Yeah. Yeah. And like this isn't like unique to like Hassan chatters or whatever. I use it as an example because like I'm in that chat a lot. But that is what I think the core thesis of this video is.
Hampered his movement. I know and understand the Bernie bro concept might be overblown, and it was a talking point developed by establishment Dems and the right to create a negative feedback loop between Bernie and black voters, but that doesn't mean it was a completely false narrative. I met numerous Bernie bro stereotypes in real life way back in 2016, and each one of those encounters left me more convicted in thinking that Bernie was nothing special. White leftists and progressives have deeply rooted anti-black tendencies and are far less accomplished in addressing those issues than they like to think. Like
this is true. And what he is saying, he's not saying this to like dog on Bernie or whatever. He's saying this so that y'all can be better. He's saying what I've been saying for years. He's right. He's saying the way that some of y'all, when you have a Bernie Sanders shirt on, a Bernie hat on, with Bernie Sanders flyers, the way you knock on a door and a black person opens it, the way you address that and you talk to that person is ineffective. And that's true. That's correct. It is ineffective. And that y'all need to approach black people more normally. Right? You just do. And I think maybe this will make it a little easier to understand. Vosh is considered a progressive. And we all know the way that Vosh talks about black people. He is not. No, he's considered a progressive. Like he is. He is. He is considered a progressive. Pre-watch? Oh, does he bring that up? Does he even say that he is? Yes, yes. He is seen as a progressive voice. Yes, that's so funny, bro. We're the same person. We are the same person. That's so funny. I swear he is just me in like I don't know what he is, 10 years. Here's Destiny. I think Destiny's a little bit different because Destiny very clearly calls himself a liberal. But Vosh has marketed himself as like lefter than Destiny is. You know? Like he's marketed himself as the progressive. And we know the way that Vosh talks about black people. You know? And so now imagine Vosh knocking on the door of a black person to try to get him to vote for Bernie Sanders. Do you see how that may not go very well? Mr. I said the N-word to show my interlocutors that their language doesn't hurt me. Do we understand how that may not appear very good for the black people in that situation? That is all FD is saying here. He's saying that, yo, maybe we should make sure that like the people who are representing the progressive space are not insanely racist. Does that make sense? Like that's it. Jeez Louise. Didn't he call FD a Nazi? Yes, and I know this because I literally searched up this video when I was on the toilet. To see how long it was, and the first thing that came up was FD is a Nazi? Question mark, question mark, question mark. But speaking on this, it was like, but Bernie never co-signed V. It doesn't matter, right? The point is like, these are the people who are speaking on behalf of progressives. You don't sell progressive ideology very well if you're divisive with black people and just say, just trust me, bro, it's better. Yeah. Yeah.
I need y'all to consider the fact that Vosh was, and to an extent, still is a prominent, influential figure in the online left and has only been sidelined because of his love of horses, not because of his persistent liberal racism, among other things. And I'm at a point now.
That's so crazy. That's crazy. That's so wild. That was crazy. We are literally the same person, dog. We're the same person. He's here. He's me if my hair got a little bit longer. I'll make it there eventually, chat. I'll make it there eventually. Same color shirt, true. You changed ever since you started free watching. That's crazy. It was literally the same take. But does that make sense? Does now hearing it twice make sense? I'll play it again. When I started watching you and Hassan, I was confused that D was brought up. I was like, who does everybody? I hate this game. It's not that bad. Everybody's that's a person. And we're finding out about that freak. Yeah. Oof. If only you stayed ignorant, chatter. It would have been better for all of us. If nobody knew who Destiny was. When you develop Ultra Instinct pre-watch techniques, I don't even know. This would be the moment where you can explain time travel again with paint. Yeah. That's crazy.
Consider the fact that Vosh was, and to an extent still is, a prominent, influential figure in the online left and has only been sidelined because of his love of horses, not because of his persistent liberal racism, among other things. And I'm at a point now where I realize that, like, there's a lot of people in my audience that don't know who Vosh is, which is good. Please don't look it up. Just imagine, like, the parents from Get Out, like, imagine the white families from Get Out. Imagine what their kid might be like. You kind of get an idea. People like Sean Head are also ardent Bernie supporters, and I'm getting DMs from other leftists who are calling me to make a statement about black people not voting for Mamdani. Y'all have some work to do. A whole lot of white progressives and
yeah,
leftists.
I think he's correct. Maybe this video falls off of a cliff in the last half, but like he hasn't said anything that's like outside of the realm of like that makes sense to me. I think people are very emotional about Bernie because Bernie was their introduction into like leftism, and they see Bernie Sanders in the title and then they like kind of just pop off immediately. But I don't disagree with what he said so far.
Have a long way to go in recognizing those anti-black tendencies, especially when they feel like they're in the right about a political movement. And establishment Democratic strategists played on that in 2016, and they're going to do it again with Mamdani. And the same fan base is going to play right into their hands. How many times I need to hear from Bernie Sanders or from a Bernie Sanders fan that he marched with Martin Luther King? Y'all, why did you think you were cooking with that? That wasn't as bad as Hillary with the hot.
It's true. I haven't heard Bernie say this, but it is true that people to address like, hey, maybe black people are a little bit skeptical about Bernie Sanders. People were like, didn't you know he marched with Martin Luther King actually? And I'm like, if I have to explain to you why that's not a good thing to say, so did a lot of white liberals, yeah. Because they use it as a way to be like, so therefore he can't be racist. That's the double speak. It's, oh, Bernie Sanders marched with MLK, therefore he cannot be racist. Right? Therefore he cannot have racial tendencies or whatever. Which I'm not saying Bernie Sanders is racist, but I'm just saying that that's not a defense. You know what I mean? You're doing the I had a black, or he had a black friend kind of thing. right? You could talk about how his policies help black people as well. Like that would be good messaging, right? But what FD is saying here is that like they're just doing bad messaging. If when faced with critique from a black person about, or skepticism from a black person about Bernie Sanders, and your mind immediately goes to, well, he marched with Martin Luther King, you're doing the identity politics. You're saying all black people care about is the optics of the civil rights movement and not good progressive policies. Instead of just trying to say, hey, maybe you don't know what Bernie Sanders' policies are. Let me explain to you how these policies help the black community. But instead, all you can conjure up is, well, he marched with MLK, so you should like him. Is exactly why black people are skeptical in the first place. You don't get it? Bernie listens to NLE Chopper, he's chill, yeah. This goes back to my grad school research, where we white folks make sure responsible for our own people except for ourselves. If I'm hearing IFD right, he's saying that we need to collectively get our shit together and clean out these weirdos if we ever hope to undo these hurdles instead of in electoralism. I'm gonna make it my mission to get more of my fellow whites in here to learn something because you're really good at explaining this stuff. Hey, but I'm not a formerly racist white kid, you know? Maybe if Dean said it, it would have been useful. I'm not racist. I can recite the XXL 2016 cipher.
Hot sauce in their bag comment, but it was in the same realm. And if you don't like hearing that, that's because you're part of the problem. And this is all before we get to phrases like low information voters. Woo! The unforced errors with y'all. You can, if you want, to say that this was all a smear campaign to frame the Bernie Sanders movement as racially tone deaf and overtly white. And to some extent, I want to be clear, it definitely was a smear campaign, but it was still successful. And it was only successful because white progressives were so underdeveloped in their understanding of race and engaging with the topic that they couldn't defend effectively against it. And that's...
He's not wrong. He's not incorrect. Like, two things can be true. It definitely was a smear campaign, right? And Bernie's policies would have been good for the black community, right? But the white Bernie bros who were messaging did not do a good job of messaging. And they still haven't learned. It's 2025, and they still haven't learned. They're still bad. They're still bad at messaging. Again, for what he said so far, the 8 minutes and 46-second mark, he's not wrong. Again, maybe if he says something that I disagree with, I'll call it out. I'll say I don't agree with this, right? But so far, like I understand. I completely understand where he's coming from, right? And I think a problem that a lot of white leftists have is that they don't like to be told that they can do better. You know? They simultaneously don't want black people speaking at the front of the movement because they need a formerly racist white kid to talk to other formerly racist white kids, I guess. And secondly, they don't want to be told by those black people how they can effectively message better because it makes them all sad and make them cry a little bit inside because it makes them feel like they're not good. I don't understand the skepticism around Bernie, though. I explained my policies to my brother. He turned around and asked my mother why she didn't vote for him in the primary. She said that she knew nothing about him. Again, this is political science, chat. There's a number of reasons why people don't vote for any candidate, right? There was skepticism around Bernie, specifically within the black community, because of safety concerns when it comes to foundational safe voters. I think that's the biggest one I can think of right now, is that as a black voter, you're kind of like flipping the coin. It's the reason why a lot of black voters still vote for Kamala Harris, right? It's either you flip the coin on a progressive winning or losing in the election, or throwing your support behind the moderate candidate to hopefully keep with this level of white supremacy, this status quo level, and hope that in the future things can get better. But right now, you don't want things to slip into worse, right? Again, I'm not defending that. I think that's a bad thing, right? I think that is a bad thing, and that is a stifling of progress. But that is a reality that a lot of people live in. Right? It comes down to like the electability argument. And the media plays a big role in this. When the media portrays Bernie Sanders as unelectable and Joe Biden as electable, or Hillary Clinton as electable, a lot of black people are going to go with the person that they think is electable because it's either that or you roll the dice with like Donald Trump and his like fascist white supremacist rhetoric. And I think that's where it comes from. And it requires work and effort to try to unlearn that. And people are a lot more willing to put that work in to racist Appalachian coal miners than to black people, right? That is something that we as the left need to tackle within people to grow a progressive base so that progressives can win and be electable. But nobody in the progressive base is willing to do that work for black people. That is what this FD video is speaking to, right? The white Bernie Sanders bros, right? The Bernie bros who in 2016 and 2020 were pro Bernie Sanders did not effectively do that work to undo that media bias against Bernie Sanders to the black community. And we as the left need to be better at communicating progressive policies and undoing the media landscape about electability to black voters. We do. We just have to be better. Ow, my leg freaking hurts.
That's partially because so many of these organizations and communities were devoid of black people to actually engage with and have conversations with about these issues. And if actual black leftists are resistant to being a part of your space, that again says something about your space, not about us. If you
like, this is true. Again, this is something I spoke to as well, like earlier. Like, there was a time where I, as a black leftist, as a black socialist, right, floated leaving the Haas community space, right? Because I didn't feel like this space, one, cared about my voice as a black person, and two, was accepting of like black growth. How could I tell my brother or my sister or whatever to like tune into Hassan streams and like to be a part of the Hassan community when if they have questions about, you know, how leftism is different than liberalism or the black identity, that they'll get attacked the way that I got attacked? How can I bring in my friends, right, into this space when I know that how I've been treated in this space by people when I levied a small amount of critique in the first place? And you're not gonna grow, or you're definitely not gonna grow black trust in the space with that being the case. You know? Is the issue people who are left-leaning early in their validation refuse to reconcile with their flaws, or people who are on their journey just stop thinking that they were good enough? Like, what makes these leftists stop listening? White supremacy. It's both, right? It's people who are both early on their journey and people who think that they know a lot. And that comes from white supremacy. This idea that like that they should now be the spokesperson for the left because they grew from their racism. It's foundationally in white supremacy. How do you combat old media when it's literally the only interaction older black folks like my mother have with politics? I personally point at my to black creators, but you can only push conservative liberals. So far, at least in my case, at least. Well, that's for every liberal, right? It's not just like black liberals. That's with all liberals. All liberals can have their minds changed, the same way that all conservatives can have their minds changed, because 99% of all the people we talk to, for the most part, are working class, right? And it will be difficult, and they will be resilient to change because that's just how people are, right? But they are still working class, and that is the avenue we need to talk to people through their working class sentiment, you know? And so I don't have an answer to you about how to de-radicalize your conservative or your liberal older parents. I don't. Right? But it's done the same way that you would de-radicalize anybody. You have to appeal to their working class sentiments and explain to them how progressive policies will help and benefit their lives and the failings of like the Democratic Party as a whole. Right, leftists have a long way to go. They still feel like they still get in their feelings when you criticize after. That's yeah. I remember a lot of leftists just happen to identify with a few values and never looked much deeper. Same with right wingers, people choose identities first and do self reflections later, if at all.
You're still shocked, indignant, and in denial of what I'm saying here. You're probably part of the problem. If your reflex here is defend your susceptibility to the strategy that we have clear proof of working, then you are not ready for what comes next. It should not be lost on you that Jim Clyburn, the man whose only real role in the Democratic Party is to deliver the black vote, specifically here, the largest population of black voters, which are black boomers and petite bourgeois folks, he came out in support of Cuomo all the way from South Carolina for no other reason than to create the exact result that happened. Cuomo has been iffing at staying in the race as an independent, but it looks like he won't, especially after Al Sharpton of all people urged him not to. And you might think, well, hey, that's actually good. That means he might swing more people towards Mamdani. No, I think he's gonna support Eric Adams. Eric Adams is playing a very dirty game right now and using classic tricks that happen with powerful black men in black spaces who cover up their wrongdoings by cleaving to issues of race in the black church. When you look at Eric Adams speaking these days, he's surrounded by all the recurring characters in the background. It looks like a clip from the Boondocks. And the thing I know is that a lot of you do not know how to engage with the population that's being presented there. And that population is still very important to anybody that's trying to win an election pretty much anywhere in this country. Now, just off numbers, I don't think Mamdani will lose to Adams. Adams has his own scandal, like I just said, as well as the taint of Donald Trump on him right now.
On space are not really fans, take advantage of the fact that they can talk in this space. I don't really feel like the chat truly represents the community. But it's not just the chat, though. It's the Discord and the Reddit, the subreddit, you know? And so there is some level of representation of the space as a whole.
Now, and there still is an actual Republican candidate, so it's like they're probably going to end up siphoning votes off each other, but they're already testing waters on how to utilize anti-blackness to derail Mamdani's wave. I'm already seeing TikToks complaining that Mamdani didn't support Kamala Harris, which is some bullshit, but trust me, I know it carries weight with some black folks. And then we also have this story about him allegedly putting African American on his college applications, which the unforced errors with y'all are astounding. You low-key do not deserve to win for doing this type of dumb shit. But we move forward. And we move forward because Mamdani does have a degree in African American studies, and his father is low-key, from what I heard, a pretty significant figure in that field. And so I assume that he knows how to maneuver around these issues.
I will say that there are a lot of people doing a little bit of like an infantilization. I do want to preface this by saying it doesn't matter. I don't care that he put African American on his college application, like genuinely. But there are a lot of people who are like infantilizing Zoran and trying to take the black people like they're fools by being like, oh well, yeah, well technically he's from African and he's American, so like what else was he supposed to put there? Like, come on. Come on. Let's be entirely real here. Like, do you think that a 19-year-old Zohran Mamdani did not know that he wasn't African American? If that's all presented the same way, you know, if it's being presented in the way that it's you know, it was only like black African American on the box or whatever, I still don't think it's a big deal, literally at all. But like, let's be completely accurate here and talk about the fact that it's not a big deal, instead of trying to defend him by being like, using the Elon Musk defense, by being like, actually he is African American if you really think about it and consider that his actual background, because he was born in Uganda and Uganda is in Africa. Like, I think it's a very silly road to go down to try to defend, and it's a problem with a lot of white leftists that they feel they need to do that to defend it, as opposed to just redirecting it by being like, it doesn't matter. Who cares? Let's focus on the actual important stuff. You know? And I feel like once you start talking to black people by reducing, like actual African American people, reducing their identity down to just being like, well, you know, Zoran is basically African American. It doesn't really matter. Who cares? It's not how you win votes from people who maybe like hear this on like CNN and be like, that's a bit weird. Why would he do that? You know? Like, you have to address their concerns by being like, to like, you know, actually being like, this is a distraction. These are what his policies are, and this is how it's going to help you. Like you're engaging with the culture war, which is exactly what, like, not even just Republicans, but like the media want. Why are you engaging with it? Do people really care about that? Some people do, yeah. Especially, you think black people in college application, that won't stick with them? Especially after affirmative action just got struck down, DEI is being taken down left and right. That has staying power. It is difficult for black people to get into college. There is a disparity when it comes to like black people, like African Americans getting into college. That is just the case. That will work on some people. You know? It just will. Because there is valid anger towards the way the scholastic system works. Which is why you don't engage with that. You just redirect and you ignore it and you move on. His explanation is the application did not allow him to fully express his background. It's interesting, immigrant view of race versus in America versus abroad. But yeah, just ignore it. It's not relevant to the platform. Yeah. And that's a problem that I think a lot of white leftists get into, is that they feel the need to kind of dunk on the black people who are a little bit skeptical about that specific thing. Right? And kind of treat them like they're stupid for even caring about it. Even though there is a reason why they do care about it. Even though I think it's not particularly fully relevant, right? There is a reason. But he was proud of being born in Africa. Is he any less African? But he's not. He's not an African American, chatter. He's not African American. That's just the case. It's not. African American is a very distinct ethnicity. Yeah, and I think a lot of white leftists are, or not even the white leftists. I feel a lot of leftists in general are kind of being reductive. Because I'm African American, right? That is my ethnic identity. I am descendant of enslaved people. You know, and I will say that it doesn't feel great to see people who are supposed to be my coalition partners here. Right, my cohorts, my peers in the leftist space, right, kind of reducing down my identity to just being like something that just doesn't matter. You know, I think that's, and I'm somebody with enough political background to be able to look past that and still support progressive policies. But for somebody who's still trying to grow and learn their political identity, it doesn't make a black liberal who's trying to cultivate their identity feel very safe when their concerns are just reduced down to like being unimportant, which is why you don't engage with that. Hearing folks say like that, oh well, he was born in Africa, comes off of people who joke about Elon must be the real African American. No, it's the same thing, which is why I don't know why we're doing that. You know? I don't know why we're doing that. It is the exact same thing. Someone said the U.S. structure of race is within his, and that's entirely true. Yeah, it is true. Go back to how much leftists peers are obsessed with debate culture. They love to reduce identities down and make an argument. It's so annoying. Yeah. You don't engage with it, but I guarantee that this will be an issue one of my cousins bring up. Exactly. That's exactly my point. People do miss the fact that Indians in Uganda is a very ingrained culture. They're not African American. That's the entire point, right? It doesn't matter how ingrained Indians in Uganda are. They're not African American. They're just not. It's not the case. I never said black. I didn't say black either. I'm saying they're not African American. They're not. You can place nationality with ethnicity and race, which are all different things despite having overlap. It didn't ask for his nationality, it asked for his ethnicity. It's just different. Like we can acknowledge the fact that it doesn't matter, and this is a part of a smear campaign, and also acknowledge that he is not African American. And even with that knowledge, it still doesn't matter. So why are we trying to get into this thing where we're trying to defend Zoran being African American or not? He's not African American. He's not. Zoran isn't saying he is either, which is why I'm confused. Which is why it makes no sense that people are trying to argue that he is African American. It doesn't help Zoran. It's not useful to the conversation. What are we doing here? It feels like you're trying to get one over on black people for some reason. It feels like you're trying to reduce the black identity for some reason. I don't know why. But you don't need to do this. He's not African American. You can understand and acknowledge that he's not. And this is exactly what FD is talking about here, right? It's people trying to gaslight black people. People trying to gaslight black people about their own identity and how that's not useful to the movement. Look, I've described this numerous times. I described it like 2 streams ago, or maybe last stream. I'm describing it now. African American is a distinct group. I'm aware he should put, he was born in Africa without being labeled African American, which basically means black. So I don't understand the beef here. Like, no beef. People are just confused about the difference between the term as an identity and taking it as literal grok type breakdown of the words African American. Yeah. It doesn't matter, which is why I'm confused why people are like defending it. Right? People take it doesn't matter as saying black people should shut up about it. Instead of like black people can have an issue with this, like him using identifying as African American, but it doesn't matter, so we shouldn't be bringing it up. You know? Like they want black people to admit that they're wrong for some reason. They want black people to be like, yes, you're white, you're so correct, we're so wrong, Zoran, we apologize to you, we're so sorry. Instead of just being like, yeah, he's not African American. It doesn't matter, it's a stupid thing to talk about anyway. These are his policies. Right? Instead of being like, oh, well, technically, he's African. He's American. Pen, pineapple, apple pen. African American. What do you say when they bring it up? You say that this is an obvious distraction because Zoran supports policies that will help your life. And these are what the policies are. That's what you say. You say, these are the policies that help your life that Zoran is pushing for. Right? What issues are you facing in your life? Do you really care about this college application thing? Or do you care about paying less in rent? Right? Do you care about the buses that you ride being free? You redirect. There's no reason for you to debate, bro, every black person you come across to try to convince them that Zoran Mamdani is African American. Actually, what are we doing here? This is exactly what FD is talking about, right? Exactly what FD is talking about. Because a lot of y'all do that. A lot of y'all will, in that moment, start debating about him being African American. Actually, instead of just redirecting and onto what actually matters. This came out to deter black people from supporting him. Exactly, which is why you don't engage with it. Right? Don't play the game. But like, I just want, in any situation, I want you to imagine you're standing in front of a black voter, and a black voter asks you the question. I mean, I saw this Zoran stuff. I saw he has some good policies, but like, people said that he like faked being black for like college money. Like, what was that about? That was stupid. He's like, what you do in that situation is you say, stop, hold on, pause. Very obvious. Like they're trying to distract you from either Eric Adams's, corruption scandals or Zoran's good policies, right? What issues are you facing in your life? Like, I don't think you actually care about a college application form. I think you care about your job not paying you well, right? I think you care about your rent being too damn high, right? I think you care about your the buses not being free, right? Your grocery prices being too high. But that's the stuff you actually care about. You redirect them onto class issues. You don't engage with the culture war. Why would you engage with the culture war? And this is my problem, is that people understand this when it comes to racist white people. Redneck white people in like Appalachia or whatever, coal miners, and they're like, oh, trans people are doing this or whatever. They understand that you don't start engaging in a debate about trans people. You turn around and you say, you can't afford rent. I want you to get paid more money. But people just don't extend that same grace to black people. People are sitting there, you will sit there and you talk to debate the black person like they're wrong for having this concern, as opposed to just redirecting into like what is actually important here. That's it. Oh, that's what FT said. Some of y'all in the chat are literally using debate bar tactics to argue that technically Mamdani was born in Uganda, so he's right to call himself African American, which is the same logic used by Elon Musk. I'm trying to save out from yourselves, I promise. Like, he's correct. He's right. Bro, they hated him for speaking the truth. He's correct. He's right.
Way better than Bernie Sanders did, and maybe that'll set a different tone for his followers. But I'm less worried about him and more worried about y'all. I don't know if y'all are disciplined enough not to repeat the same mistakes of 2016. I don't know if you all have built a ground game to be present in black spaces to actually talk to those voters, as opposed to try to debate and browbeat them and shame them into voting for a candidate that is better than the one they're thinking about voting for. And again,
Exactly. You are your own worst enemies. You have the truth on your side. Zoran Mamdani is better than Eric Adams. He just is. Why are we engaging with this whole culture war nonsense when we literally have the truth that he wants to make the buses free? And y'all did the same thing with Bernie Sanders. The media says Bernie Sanders is a racist. A white liberal who's like, oh, I saw Bernie Sanders stuff, but the media's called him a racist. And you were like, oh, you're so stupid, bro. Don't you know Bernie Sanders marched with Martin Luther King? Now you have to vote for him. And you don't even realize how off-putting that is to black people, because you don't talk to black people. And they're doing the same thing. You're debate broing black people who are just like regular liberals who just saw something on the media and who wants answers, right? Who wants answers, and you're just like, you dummy. Bernie Sanders is not racist. He has a black friend. And you're surprised when that doesn't work. And then you turn around and you're like, what? He has a black friend? Why are people so mad at me for saying that? He can't be racist. He has a black friend. And he's using the same logic that like other people, right? That like white supremacists use to justify their racism. Don't I know Zoran's middle name is Kwame? Like it's the craziest part is that like you have good ground to stand on. All the things that they're saying are correct. Bernie Sanders is better than Hillary Clinton and better than Joe Biden. Zoran Mamdani is better than Eric Adams. You have the truth on your side. Why are we engaging with the culture war? I think white leftists want to feel like they're liberating the slaves. A little bit, yeah. And then they get mad that these slaves that they're liberating are like, you know, untrustworthy of them. A little bit. They're like, they show up on the plantation, she's like, I'm freeing y'all, let's go. And you're like, where are you taking us? Ugh, I'm trying to save you from yourself. You don't understand. I'm saving you from yourself. You're so stupid. It's inherently white supremacist. It's inherently white supremacist. John Brown debate, bro. Yeah.
And I don't know if y'all appreciate the fact that me and like 20 other black leftist creators that came up in the last couple of years for this entire time were in unison pointing at Vosh and the white leaf community as a problem. And we couldn't seem to break through to a lot of people until he got caught up on his taxes. If you know, you know. There's gonna need to...
Exactly. Exactly. And this is what I've been saying for years. That's what I've been saying for years, bro. Ooh, it makes me so mad. Because we're saying the exact same thing. We're saying the exact same thing. The exact same thing. But nobody wants to hear it because they want to be reinforced in their mindset. They want to be told that they're a good person for being a leftist and they don't have to do any more. That's what they want. That's what they want. Oh, I've been saying. I know 4 minutes left. Let's see where he falls off. Again, maybe he falls off a cliff in the last 4 minutes, but like, he's correct. People think joining the DSA means all racism is gone from your bloodstream. And then, like, not even just that, but like they'll say, right? They'll see people say, I'm not a big fan of the DSA as an organization because like they have racism within the organization, and people say that and like you're a wrecker, you're just a liberal, you hate socialism or whatever, because they would rather reckon with the fact that everybody who criticizes them is a liberal and a wrecker as opposed to like interrogating their own racism. White supremacy is a beast. White supremacy is a beast, chat. Right? And don't get confused. This doesn't just stop at anti-black racism. We're talking about like anti-black racism right now. This happens for trans people, for queer people as a whole, for the Asian community. This happens like for the immigrant community. Perfect example is this like crazy weird discourse about maskers as well on Twitter. Like I saw one tweet about like, wearing masks or whatever. And then like, I'm like, okay, the tweet's kind of cringe, but like the amount of hate this tweet gets, like this woman's getting for like a pro-mask tweet is so weird. It's so weird that people are like saying we should skin you alive to this person who was just like, hey, maybe we should keep wearing masks. Like, it's so confusing to me. Was it Taylor? No, Taylor is a big masker as well. Right? The original tweet was like, leftists but don't mask, disability advocate but you don't wear a mask, community care but you don't mask, keep us safe but you don't mask, healthcare for all but you don't mask, do no harm but you don't mask, liberation for all but you don't mask. A person said, I think people would be far more likely to wear a mask if messaging was focused more on wear one when you're sick instead of whatever this is. Like, and then like, I saw a tweet that was literally like, freaking, to be fair, I don't know if it was responded to this or whatever. Like, they're like, people getting insane about this conversation. It's a bit cringe, but they're not wrong. I feel the same way about maskers as I do about vegans, Like, they're right. They're not incorrect. I think they're a bit cringe, but I feel like the reaction to them is just unnecessarily vitriolic for some reason. Like, person whose tweet I linked, another person you're looking at. Vegans catching strays. It's a good stray. But like, the person said like wearing a mask in your profile picture is a goofy virtue signal, but that's besides the point. It just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. Because yeah, I think it's a little bit cringe. But even if you're just like if you don't want to wear a mask or whatever, like this person's not wrong. Like immunocompromised people are a part of the movement. They are. Look, and if you want to make it's like it kind of reminds me of people who like get mad at somebody for being like, hey, if you're a leftist, then maybe working out is probably decent to you. And people are like, why did you kill my dog? Why did you poop directly in my cereal? Like, you don't, like, this person saying about generally what will be good for the movement, if you don't want to do that, that's okay. But, like, acting like this person personally slighted you and wronged you and, like, needs to be hunted down and killed or whatever is crazy. People were mad that they got called out for not caring about their community and got pissed. People who are disabled always get told that they are disposable. The foundation of leftism is caring about your community. A lot of times when you are sick, you are contagious before you show symptoms. OP's been getting fried on the timeline. To be fair, this tweet was a joke. And it did make me chuckle because I this Ian clip I understood the reference. Right? He said, I was just imagining this tweet in the tune of the Ian's XXO freestyle. So this is like a less serious reply. But there are people who are being very, very mean. Very mean about like pro-masking people. And if you don't want to mask, like just don't mask. Right? But the problem is like they don't want to not mask. They want to be congratulated for not masking. They want permission from immunocompromised people and disabled people to not mask. And that's what makes them, that is what makes them upset. In the same way that people who are like getting mad at like the workout discourse, like they want permission to like not want to work out or whatever. Like you don't need permission. Just don't do it. Not everything on the internet is a direct attack at you specifically. It's okay. It's all right. See, the Lorenz reply to this tweet? Yeah, I did. Yet another fake leftist who used to have solidarity and they thought that they might be vulnerable until they started chugging far-right RFK propaganda. Now they use their platform to attack disabled people and spout anti-mask crap in many such cases. You guys making excuses for people who don't wear masks or wear them correctly could never be me. I put it this way, if you're so confident in your belief that masking isn't important, then why do you feel the need to constantly debate Twitter? I don't even freaking know, bro. I don't even know. And I will say that sometimes some maskers are cringe. And that's okay to say. Like, in the same way that some vegans are cringe. In the way that they promote their veganism. But they're not wrong. They're not incorrect. Cringe is being cringe is being different than being incorrect. They're not wrong. They are correct. And so if you like I can acknowledge and understand that vegans are not incorrect in a lot of their analysis. And if I still want to eat meat, I'm not going to sit here arguing with the vegan why I should be allowed to eat meat. I got to eat that. Like, yeah, you're probably correct. And I should probably be better. And I'm going to work towards that in the future. Right? Like, I'm the incorrect person here. You know, same thing with masks. Like, I don't mask every time I walk outside the house. Am I incorrect for doing so? Probably. Most likely. I should be better. And acknowledging that I should be better. Right? But I'm not going to sit here and argue with the people who are right. You know, I'm not going to sit here and argue with the people that are saying the correct things. Like, what are we talking about here? People are just so weird about this. Here, well, I'll take a look at this.
I remember a few weeks ago when disabled and chronically ill people were saying you all need a mask at protests. What about masks at protests and events? And a whole ton of people were like, everybody who wants you to mask is a fed. Everybody who wants you to mask is a fed. Quick question. Have you noticed the only people that are unmasking people and ripping people's masks off at protests have been the actual feds and the cops police, what have you. It's always interesting to see people engage in liberation struggles, but still leave room for imperialism in the form of ableism. That's weird, don't you think?
It is weird because, like, if you don't want to mask at a protest, then just don't mask at a protest. Like, but don't try to sit here and explain your bad decision making. Like, don't try to sit here and justify your bad decision making. Like, come on. Right? If you don't want to mask at a protest, then don't mask at a protest. But like, you got to eat the hate that comes with doing that. You know what I mean? It's so weird to just start yelling about again, masking at a protest is not just a health thing, but also a safety thing about surveillance. But yeah, but if they don't care about the health thing, they also don't care about the surveillance thing, if we're being real. But like, do your bad decisions in peace. It's the same way I feel about like DoorDash discourse, right? If you want to DoorDash for like 3 meals a day for every meal, that's cool. That's fine. You can do that. But like, just do that silently. Don't feel the need to justify your bad decision making. Right? I DoorDash more than I probably should, but like, you don't see me on Twitter defending it by being like, oh, it's actually praxis for me to DoorDash all this time or whatever. Like, no, I'm lazy. Okay. That's just the case. And I gotta eat that. I gotta hold that. But people will go on Twitter and be like, actually, you're classist for saying that I DoorDash too much and that people should probably cook their own meals because groceries are expensive. You know what I mean? Like, just DoorDash how much, like, who cares? Just DoorDash as much as you want to, you know? Just DoorDash as much as you want to. I don't, it doesn't matter. But like, people just get so weird about just normal, regular critique in all cases. Anyway, back to this video.
Debate and browbeat them and shame them into voting for a candidate that is better than the one they're thinking about voting for. And again, I don't know if y'all appreciate the fact that me and like 20 other black leftist creators that came up in the last couple of years for this entire time were in unison pointing at Vosh and the white leaf community as a problem. And we couldn't seem to break through to a lot of people until he got caught up on his taxes. If you know, you know. There's gonna need to be some internal auditing on how easily some of you get tripped up by this stuff. This movement is really gonna need to mobilize black Gen Zs and millennials to cancel out the votes of their parents and grandparents who will show up to vote. They are definitely gonna show up to vote. Will the young people show up to vote? That's another question. That's always the question. And you're going to have to engage that population without coming off like debate bros, which is gonna be hard because I know a lot of you only hear a black voice when you click my videos. And even then, I don't think some of y'all are fucking listening. And for those
True. He's spitting.
Z's and millennials locked in with Mamdani because he has reached y'all. Don't get mad at me here. Call me an unk if you want. But I need y'all to go to church. I'm gonna need y'all to put on your best outfits, to press your hair out, to cover up whatever tattoos, take all your piercings out your face. And I need y'all to go to church every Sunday until election day and talk to those aunties and uncles who are not convinced about him. And you're going to need to be patient and empathetic and not judgmental and smarmy, which I know is hard for all leftists. I've had these same conversations with my own aunts and uncles and parents and whatnot. It is not easy, but they are movable, because what I think a lot of leftists and progressives, even black folks, don't fully understand is that black voting habits aren't driven by ideology. They're driven by cynicism and survival instinct. I had a great talk with Maurice Mitchell from the Working Families Party, who was...
basically what he's saying is the cringe take. It is I think it is like I can see it being cringe, but the point he's making is overall not literally go to church, you know. He's not literally saying like, you know, sit in the pews and like attend service or whatever. He's saying to sell. Like he's saying to like talk to the elders in your community and do the work to try to get them to cultivate and create a space that progressivism can actually thrive in. Yeah, meet people where they are. Talk to your family members. That's the point. People have quickly forgotten the hundreds of thousands of people who are dying outside the pandemic. As a New Yorker who lives in Epicenter, I'll never forget the freezer trucks that had to be set up in my local hospital to store dead bodies. Masking is a bit inconvenient for the majority, but it's a small sacrifice to make sure that doesn't happen again. True. You're not wrong, Chatter. But yeah.
As a Mamdani supporter on the Signified podcast channel, and he explained an important thing people don't understand about black voting habits.
Because black people, we're operating on multiple levels. Not only do we vote on the values we believe in, we also have a consciousness that is keyed into what we think the majority white country we live in will accept.
Again, there's going to be a reflexive defense from some of you to call this identity politics.
Like, this is exactly what I was describing with my greatly drawn, let me open it up. Greatly drawn diagram here, which is like the electability discourse, right? Black voters, which I think white voters just don't understand, vote on what they think or what they know white voters will vote on, right? So if they feel as though electability doesn't work for like Bernie Sanders, they're not going to support Bernie Sanders because of the fact that they can see that white America is not fully tuned into Bernie Sanders as a candidate. And so in the black mind, the choice is between like Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump or Joe Biden and Donald Trump. And so that does take working to, are you trying to cook you on the timeline? What do you mean? Stop. This is crazy. I'm saying trying to buy DoorDash is far too much. He's out of touch. But yeah. The devil, yeah. And that's what people are operating, black people are operating as. And that is still not good, right? The point is that it's still not good, but that is the reality, and that is the reality we need to function in. It takes work to unlearn that and what the electability means, right, from the media landscape. And we have to do the work as the left to do outreach toward the black community, to kind of break through the notion that these candidates cannot win, so we shouldn't vote for them, by kind of flipping it on its head, by being like, these candidates can't win because we're not voting for them, right? But nobody wants to do that work. They look at the black community and they're like, you must be progressive. And the black community is like, They're like, okay, abandoned you. We're gonna go talk to the racist people now. And they have a lot of patience for those racist people. Like, they would rather spend time in like a Klan rally, talking to the Klansmen and appealing to their working class sentiments than doing the same thing at a church, at a rec center, at a community center. And that's what the main beef is. That's what the main problem is. And that's something that we need to be better about. Like, are black people also not working class?
Please don't take this as me being negative towards Mamdani, because some of y'all are sensitive like that. I understand. I'm just trying to help in my own way and recognize that the numbers might be of such that this doesn't matter in New York. But understand, Jim Clyburn and the Dem establishment are not going away anytime soon. And there will be opportunities to shift the Overton window to weaken their power in the Democratic Party.
They'd rather talk to white people. Yeah, it's the truth. They would rather talk to white people, right? They would rather talk to white people, convert those white people, and have those white people talk to other white people. If it was up to them, they would have no black people in a space. If it was up to them, they would not have any conversation or discourse with black people at all. It would just be white people talking to other white people about class issues. And then maybe things will come back to help black people in the future, potentially. No black people, no women, yep. Like an MLM low key.
In the next few years. And if folks who are invested in electoralism aren't also invested in building connections to black voter strongholds and unpacking their own anti-black tendencies, then the establishment is going to run the exact same play on y'all like Jordan and the Triangle Offense in the 90s. Please make adjustments. Let's talk about today's sponsor, Nebula. For those who don't know,
is that the... This video wasn't bad, Chad. That's the end of the video. Who told you this video was bad? I've seen some takes about the video not being good. No, the video was good. White leftist. No, I saw a black leftist also say the video wasn't good. Check the comments now. See, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Kill the part inside of you that wants to check the comments. Just kill it. That did not even cross my mind. Never even crossed my mind. Not a single time did it cross my mind to read the comments. I don't get the hate FD gets. His videos are so precise and nuanced. He has takes that I disagree with, for sure. Right? But I think opinionated black person is kind of just the main thing. Right? I'll reduce it down to saying this. White leftists oftentimes would rather hear from somebody who was a Nazi 2 seconds ago than black voices in the space. That's just the case. That's been my experience. You know? That has been my experience. I've talked about this experience. Right? They would rather hear from a formerly racist white kid than they would hear from myself. Right? Going as far as to say that the only people who can convert racists are people who are formerly racist. Black man speaking from a place of authority puts up red flags for a lot of libs before the words even come out. Yeah. That's racist. I don't know what you want me to tell you. I don't know what you want me to tell you. I think build a larger tent, build a tent larger than most white leftists ever will. It's just a white people don't like that tent because it has black and brown people. Yes. Yes. I think not even just that. Not even just that, but the issue is that the space is overwhelmingly black. Not even just that it has black and brown people, but that the space is overwhelmingly black, right? And it doesn't look like that or reinforce them. You know? And that's sort of the main issue that I've seen with the like the white leftist community space is that people will oftentimes give a lot of leeway to white leftists, to leftists who look like them, as opposed to the marginalized people themselves. You know? But yeah, I did also see. Actually, no, I'll save this because I think it goes into like what. This is a good segue because this goes into what Jason was talking about as well. I don't have Jason's VOD, but Jason also was just discussing this morning. I tuned in for a little bit. Let's see. Does anybody have Jason's VOD? Because he talks about this a little bit further. I also like my tweet on Nicki Minaj because it's funny. Hey, you got 1K likes. W. Insane tweet. No, this is a good it's a good tweet. Thank you, Chatter. Bars my doxy friend. Well, they will be the second people to do so. Don't get the Hornet's Nest. Already did. They're attacking Zoran over his cousin's balls. Yeah. Hello? Twitch? Or have you always thought about tapping the glass? That's different. I say don't tap the glass by going mess with haters. I can do it all. Is Twitch broken, bro? What is going on? Where's your internet? You're literally watching me. Okay, here it is. It's come back. Where does the section start? Man, at the beginning. All right, that's me. I only tuned in at the later part.
Do you think that comes from a culture of like bad shit? Like it comes from a culture of bad shit. Do you know what I mean?
I want to see how
like,
this conversation started a little bit. This is friend of the show, Jason. And he had a take on kind of a similar concept of like white leftist / liberal spaces being hostile to marginalized people as a whole. That kind of goes into the conversation that we were having with this FD video. Thank you, Yodo. Thank you for the tier 1. Much appreciated.
A few of his things, basically. And so give me a second. I need to get them all pulled up. I don't know either of these people. You do know them. You know them. You know them. Here's also. Oh my God.
But he has 270 million followers.
All right, listen.
Living my dream. Let's see.
Right, the ADHD almost kicked in.
Let's see. If you can go through Austin, could you not play the Raz clip this time? First of all, oh yeah, of course, yeah. I think it's worth discussing. I have a lot of mutuals on that side. Yeah, I really do care about this kind of thing. So, and I want to be clear here on like why I'm talking about it, why now, why ever, basically.
Because I was about rousing.
It's just
it starts
been, like,
here and it's on with sonogram. Oh no! Please switch. Please don't die. Too many tabs open. Probably too many tabs. So I'm gonna close this tabs over here. I'm gonna close all these tabs over here too. Too many tabs open. I'm sorry. Close tabs. Okay. But yeah, I saw my screenshot pop up, so I want to see what this is, and then we'll get to this clip timestamp.
Like recently, like it's been like when I was a kid, when I was young, I had a lot of people that I liked.
Attacking me for being mad.
You know what I mean? I had a lot of people that I liked.
Really? Like people are wrong one? No, this is I showed up. I showed up here. My TikTok profile showed up here.
And when I was young, I had a lot of people that I liked. And the thing about it was like, eventually these motherfuckers were outed as like pedophiles and like groomers and abusers and all of these different things. And I really do think that comes from a culture of like bad shit. Like it comes from a culture of bad shit. Do you know what I mean? Like I mean, think about it. It's like a full-blown like right-wing.
Really? Welcome to the team, Jordan. Welcome to the team. Well, we gotta be up on that one. Welcome to the team. Welcome to the club. I told you. I said it earlier. It's not just exclusive to like the anti-blackness, right? But for all marginalized people. All marginalized people are faced with that same thing. Just a modicum of critique about how the left can be better and more accessible and open to marginalized people. And then it's like, oh, you're a wrecker. You're showing that you did a script of the abortion stitch line and Olivia Rodrigo stole your flowers. She's not Olivia Rodrigo, but yeah.
Her out, right? And you have to think about it, is that in the space that Tobuscus was in, like, you had Skydoes Minecraft, who's now, like, he was, like, a groomer or something like that, right? Like all of these guys, because social, like, people don't, maybe I'll show that, because it's important people are actively rewriting his history, because I was watching, involves this. I think a lot of these streamers have done weird shit, and I think part of, like, the resistance against, like, me and other black and brown content creators involves this.
Again, it's like it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's people acting like you're crazy for levying a good faith, like, normal, solid, like, critique. You know, like, it's not unacceptable for trans people to be mad at that. Right? Or even if you're not trans, to be mad at that. And this is the way that marginalized people in these spaces are treated. Right? And we'll get that in this clip here. Right, but I want to get through this section and then we'll jump to there.
I think that people can tell when you will engage with weird shit. I think people can tell when you can't. Because I was watching, or when you won't. Because I was watching Sean 2 days ago, and Sean has the same problem that I have. People don't reach out to Sean for collabs. In fact, people are actively rewriting his history. He went through an article where basically, so if you don't know who Sean is, Sean the Black made this, I'll actually, you know what, maybe I'll show that TikTok, because it's important to see what they're doing to us right now, basically. Yeah, I think it's really important to see what they're doing to all the black and brown creators in this space I'm talking about.
I was just a baby here.
When Sean, what was this? God damn it, 4 years ago. When
Sean, don't say that,
Sean,
bro. It makes me sound old. Don't say 4 years ago. Oh, jeez.
Intro into, like, the social media space was he was the person that wrote a script for iPhones that basically could have them submit documents to the abortion Texas site that they had put up, where they would, like, report, like, if you had an abortion or not. And recently an article was released about Olivia Juliana, basically about 2 days, or no, maybe like 2 weeks ago, explaining that Olivia Juliana's TikTok was the thing that caused the shutdown. It completely rewrote the history. It wrote Sean out of it. And it was an article that said Olivia Juliana was responsible for taking down this site by making a TikTok that went viral. And like, basically a lot of people just submitted reports. Yeah, yeah.
This is what's crazy, because, like, even in this video, I'm showing the fact that, like, I am credited for this in, like, numerous articles, but this one article was just like, yeah, no, let me just like, cut that guy out of this. You know, he wasn't really important to the story, right? Because it was a glowing profile on like Olivia. I'm just like, that's kind of wild to do that.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody, like, knows where that article is, but let me see if I can find it. Olivia Juliana, he covered it the other day. Olivia Juliana, abortion site. Maybe that's how I'll get there. Yeah. Here it is. Oh no, not Times of India, bro. What the fuck? How does she get a Times of India article? That doesn't even make sense.
To be fair, I got a Times of India article as well. Oh, it's not playing. I was like, why did he stop talking? Here, let's get word a little bit. Oh, it's muted.
Says, 1 second. Her big moment came in 2021 when Texas passed its Super Restricted Heartbeat Act. Olivia didn't just post angry tweets. She urged people to flood the state's anonymous snitch site with fake tips. The site crashed. The message was clear. Don't mess with her. This is wild. This is black erasure. This is literally, like, black erasure. This is, like, just what it is. Like, Sean was the person who is credited with this. It was what he did. And so the reason why I care about like what's going on with Austin show right now is because this space has been resistant to us. This space has been resistant to us in terms of, like, collaborations. And Christian Divine, 1 second. Christian Divine has a TikTok where he talks about some of this too. Christian Divine, how does he spell his name? It's like Give me a second. Yeah.
But
Christian
Austin,
Vine, and then
I don't know if
it's
Austin did anything new, which I'm also curious about. I don't know if he did anything. If Austin did anything new, or if this is like kind of like breeding frustration at Austin in general, which I'd also understand.
the what was that thing in DC called? It was a invite. Maybe I
But
can
how
like
bad
look up
Austin,
invite.
the Rush stuff was,
Because he was complaining about how
we
he
watched
doesn't
the
get
video,
invited to
it's
things.
out of pocket.
I did not realize how serious this flat Earth shit was.
So I hit.
What the hell? Basically, okay. What was that fucking thing called? I don't remember. It was a thing that they had in
never
DC
apologized for?
where basically they invited a bunch of political content
Yeah.
creators, aka no political content creators, to come talk to the DNC and tell them how to do like social media strategy.
Oh, I know Jason's talking about. What is it called? We covered this last year, chat, because it happened last year and it happened again recently. And I still wasn't invited to this one either. It wasn't like the Power Up conference. It was something conference. I don't remember what it was.
Christian didn't get invited. Sean didn't get invited. I didn't get invited.
No,
And
it wasn't
first
the
of all,
F American tour. It was we covered it because they invited some like random TikTokers who like made like beauty content. It's like a retreat in to a retreat in like DC. What is it called?
If I went, I would have been like the second or third biggest creator there. Like, but I didn't get invited, and I'm in DC. And what's really annoying about this kind of like thing is that like there's a lot of like resistance to us in general, like black and brown people. And now it's not even just resistance; it's active rewriting. Like they are just straight up saying that somebody else did something that Sean did, if that makes sense. And so one of the reasons why like I feel like I want to talk about this is because I don't believe in the concept of like I stopped saying the N-word and now things are fine. You know what I mean? I just don't believe in that. I don't believe that like you stopping using the T slur makes things okay. I don't believe that like that's how it works. Basically, what I believe is the Malcolm X quote. Malcolm X, let's see, one second. Knife. It's his knife thing. This is something I fundamentally believe. I think he worded this obviously like the best.
I've been silent for the past 90 days because of some statements I made concerning the President of the United States, which were distorted.
They were distorted.
And yes.
What did you say, Malcolm?
Well, I said the same thing that everybody says, that his assassination was the result of the climate of hate. But only I said the chickens came home to roost, and which means the same thing.
You did not say that you were glad the president was killed.
No, that's what the press said. What would I look like saying that I'm glad the president was killed?
Malcolm, this is your first public statement in that 90-day period, is it not?
First time I opened up my mouth in 90 days. That's why I'm talking so fast and so hearty.
You feel, however, that we're making progress in this country and worldwide?
No. I will never say that progress is being made. If you stick a knife in my back 9 inches and pull it out 6 inches, there's no progress. You pull it all the way out, that's not progress. The progress is healing the wound that the blow made. They won't even admit the knife is there.
And that's been like how I feel about like recently about a lot of like these white creators with these deep racist pasts when it comes to Dean, when it comes to Austin, when it comes to Ethel Cain. And I think it's really fucking weird that just stopping being racist means that like we've done any work. That's not what that means. Now it just means you're not an aggressor, if that makes sense. It means that you're not an aggressor and you're not actively like causing harm. But the harm you've already caused is still there. I think
yeah, this is true, which is why so I talked about as well with like the way that it's promoted. It's why I said earlier is that what does Ethel do? Ethel Cain, like there's like a whole Twitter thread. I didn't read it or whatever. But like she was getting like called out for a bunch of stuff. She did wear a shirt that said legalize incest. So I was like, "Are you racist, Ethel Cain?" And she was like, "Yes, I'm a racist person or whatever." It was a bunch of stuff. I looked into it, but I'm assuming she just loved using the N-word and to be edgy. Yeah, it was like 17-year-old edgy teen. It was a lot of stuff. But the point is that the in the political space, it almost benefits your career, right? To have that sort of past, because you're able to launder that over, you're able to launder that over a, like as your credentials. Is a good example is that Dean clip I always show, right? That was like, oh, he ate this. You know what I mean? That was like him being like, oh, I fulfilled the 3 points of accountability. Something, something, genuine change in my character. Yada, yada, yada. Something, something, something. You know what I mean? Like, I remember showing it. I have to try to find it now. Let's see. Bro, my internet's just not cooperating. If somebody else could find it, we could take a look at it. But like, I literally can't even find it, bro. It was him arguing with the Trump supporter about the Trump supporter calling him racist, and he said that he's not racist because he fulfilled the 3 points of accountability. I literally can't even search because it's not even working anymore for some reason. My internet is cooked. Let's just go see what this one.
Younger.
Not this one. This one. Why wait?
Resistance to me, I think the resistance to Sean, the resistance to Christian, like to all of us, is like people who don't have like racist backgrounds. By the way, people who don't have transphobic backgrounds, homophobic backgrounds. The resistance to us is because of that, like that vibe that has not left. It is a feeling that people still have, that like the bar to come after me, the bar to come after Sean, the bar to come after Christian is a lot lower than, like, do you know what I mean? The bar to come after Dean. And the reason why is white supremacy. It's just a completely like white supremacy. And so when it comes to Austin, like, do people even know how Austin apologized? Do people even know how Austin apologized? Do they know what Austin did to apologize? Like, because I know what he did. But for the most part, like, I kept asking people, like, what people here's what I asked people when before I decided to like make that post from yesterday. If you don't know, I made a post yesterday about Austin's show. And I asked people before I made the post because I was trying to figure out if I wanted to do it. I made a post. I called people and I was like, do y'all know how Austin apologized? Did you hear the extent of like the things that he said, basically? And nobody knew the answer to that. And nobody knew the answer to that thing. And that was like what basically prompted my decision to like make the post. And so
I think that's entirely fair. So for those of you who don't know, and I'm not as aware of the situation, right? Austin used to have a persona, if you want to call it that, on. Oh wait, is it back? Used to have a persona on. No, it's not back. It's still broken. On Twitch. It's not a persona. It's a digital brown face. That's how it's touted. He used to like play a character, if you will, of like an Indian man. Right. It was brown face. Right. It would be like if somebody, to put it in context, it's like somebody like made like Tyrone Higgins, a black man who's a gangbanging thug who, he's like, yo, what up, nigga? Yeah, this is who I am. It's like doing that, but like, as a South Asian person, which a lot of YouTubers did, yeah. And so that was not pirate software. That was my black voice, right? And so. Is less bad than that I put it for South Asians. This is the same sort of vibe. Was it supposed to be a caricature as well? I didn't follow Austin back then. I assume so. It's supposed to be like a caricature. Like it's for comedic effect. It was like, oh, person who's not Indian doing an Indian like character as like as a bit, as a meme. That was like Raj Patel he used to do like a dating show. I think it's called like the Rajler. Like I played on The Bachelor, I think. Before, like that's what I think Lover Host turned into. But that was before, and that's what Jason is referring to here. And okay, I don't have that much time left because I do have to go soon. But after he blew up, yeah, like he just hid his identity behind it. I didn't realize it's supposed to be a mockery as well. But like, even if he was just trying to hide his, again, if it was like he was doing like, yeah, my name is Tyrone Higgins and I'm a black man trying to hide his identity, that would still be like unacceptable. You know, you can't do that. Which is why he's not doing it anymore. And I think it's completely valid to like interrogate how he apologized for it and whether or not the apology is sincere. 'Cause I've done the same thing for like Ethan, right? And how like, Ethan doing like doing blackface pretty consistently and like just dropping slurs, and the way people are like, oh well, he apologized for it, he's changed it, he's moved on, right? Where I did not see his apology as genuine, if he even had one to begin with, you know. Did Austin actually apologize? I don't know. It's like every week there's another streamer doing weird stuff to women in some cases, in cases along with the South Asian hate. I personally, it's not hard to acknowledge most of these streamers in drama got their start on Austin's show. Yes, this is him.
Your friend Raj Patel, Raj the King, is here once again. I know it has been a long time since we have done something like this, but my friends, I've been a little busy making Slurpees for the homeless, winning math competitions, taking long camel rides on the beach, and such, you know. But here's the deal. Earlier this week, Solo, who's in EOP, you know what he did? He PM'd me, he says, Raj, my Indian brother, who art thou making Slurpees in 7-Eleven? I need you to come through like you have never.
A chatter says this was supposed to be Irish? Come on. Yeah, I didn't see the apology. I don't know if the apology was valid. I'm not in the place to accept the apology, even if he made it or not. In the same way that I don't expect like white people to accept apologies of like iDubbbz or Ian when he made it, or like Ethan's non-apology. So it's not my place to say, right? But like we can't sit here and act like this was like this is like okay. Right? You don't have to pretend like it was actually an Irish accent, so it was actually kind of valid. Right? You could acknowledge that it's bad. You could acknowledge that it's not good. You could acknowledge that he shouldn't have done it. And if he did apologize for it in a way that is acceptable, then you can move on from it, right? But again, as Jason is saying, most people not seeing the apology is part of my issue. Exactly. Is still his YouTube channel's name? Stop. Yeah, he should definitely change that for sure. That's a bit crazy. It being his channel name on YouTube is a bit crazy. That is wild. I don't know where he apologized for, but I'm a firm believer of if you do something like in this vein, like you're saying slurs, you're doing racist stereotypes, your apology should be the easiest thing to find about you. Right? I'm a firm believer of that. If you were saying the slurs in the past, and you have a history of saying slurs, your apology should be your like the easiest thing to find about you. It should. It should be on your main channel. It should be on an avenue in which you post your content. It should not be like on an Instagram story. It should be a very clear, I did this. it was wrong, it was incorrect, I shouldn't have done this, and I'm sorry for it. Right? And I completely understand Jason's frustration with this part here, right? Because this is something that I talk about as well, which is why I wanted to look at this, right? Because I talk about this from a black perspective, but I oftentimes say that it's not just black people, right? Like, you can have this past of doing this racial stereotype, racial caricature, or saying slurs and stuff like that, and just kind of move on from it, and you're kind of accepted into the space. But it's so hard and it's so difficult for like black and brown people themselves to be taken seriously in the space, you know? Like, it's easier for you to grow as a Twitch streamer or as a political content creator if you say a slur, apologize for it, wait 3 years, come back with the "I used to say slurs, now I don't anymore" tagline, and grow to a larger audience than I have currently. You know? He's seen as less of a record than I am. I have to deal with the culture that's created. Yeah. And it's frustrating. When you are put in that position, it's frustrating. And this is what I said. And people, when I said this about Dean, people called me jealous. Where they said I was just jealous of Dean. I was envious of Dean, that I wanted what Dean had or whatever. Right? You're reduced down to that instead of saying or acknowledging that it's frustrating to see people with a formerly racist past, right, get to use that to springboard themselves into notoriety sometimes, and then turn around as you're trying to struggle and claw your way in an ecosystem, in an industry that is against you. It's frustrating. It is a frustrating thing to deal with as a marginalized person. Right? This is something that I talk about consistently. I've talked about this for the last 2 years I've been on Twitch. Right? The last 2 years I've been on Twitch, I've been saying this. You know? It is frustrating. I just still trying to want to find that Dean clip. But I literally, it's not even loading. So, shout out Twitter here. Let me see if I search it on my phone. There's a big difference that people don't grapple with. Is they recognize their past doings and they're like, well, of course I can change. You can change. I did. The problem is the racist past helped their career. Yeah. This great ecosystem was founded on anti-South Asian hate. Like, that resistance isn't coming from nowhere. It's internal. I tried searching Key 8 on this clip for minutes. All I found was the wrong clip. Yeah, this is a... I think it was actually this channel, though, which is kind of the problem. Actually, no, it wasn't. Maybe it was. Let me see. No, Twitter, I don't want to see gay porn. Please stop showing it to me. Thank you very much. Maybe it was heat cleared. It's in my bookmarks. I could probably just keep scrolling on my bookmarks and find it. Ugh, I don't care. I don't want to see like right wingers. I want to see. Maybe I have to settle with the anxiety pin clip. It's an anxiety pin, don't you know, chat? Okay, I'm just gonna start scrolling. Bingo. It was the same channel. I freaking knew it. I could tell. He cleared him. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I'm such a genius. I'm so smart. Oh. That's probably why I couldn't find it. That makes sense. I have the account blocked. And bookmark it so I don't lose it again. Okay, let's see.
You call people racist when you yourself has said racist slurs. Y'all think it's okay to be racist as long as you apologize?
You think I'm hypocritical because I went from being racist to non-racist because I fulfilled the three qualities of accountability, apology, and genuine change in my character, and yet you think I'm hypocritical because I call out other individuals that have not fulfilled those three qualities and have been unapologetically racist since the 70s, such as Donald J. Trump. That is not hypocrisy. That is fact, sir. You only want to call it hypocrisy to obfuscate away from the fact that this 20-year-old white boy on TikTok and YouTube can hold himself to a higher degree of accountability than the President of the United States of America.
You call people racist when you yourself has said racist slurs. Y'all think it's okay?
So yeah. You should see your dad and let us know what he thinks. No. Even his defense against the idea that he still holds some residual racism and feels like he's just trying to show how good of a debate bro he is. Yeah. Show your dad. No, he's just gonna say he sounds like me, and I don't want to get hurt again. You know. It will hurt my soul.
We'll go over the post now, and we'll go over some of the other things that he's done. Because, like, it's because he didn't apologize. He did apologize. He made a tweet longer that said, basically, like, he's sorry to all the people that he offended, and that was about it. He's done no work, no active, like thing to do whatever. And so, I wanted to talk about his show and what his show caused, if that makes sense. Hot take, but they're still causing harm because they're normalizing pushing years of violent behavior under the rug. Yes, so we have to accept any racist Nazi who self-proclaims a reformation like they still aren't dangers. Well, I'm glad that you mentioned that, Cinnamon Casio, because that is something that, like, I want to get into. Is because a lot of the takedowns that I've had to face, the cancellations that I've had to face, come from former racist people. Former racist people who were obviously still racist. It's a big part of, like...
I mean, Ethan Klein is, like, comes to mind. And this is kind of my problem, is that people oftentimes don't see Ethan as or don't see their role in, like, the rehabilitation of Ethan before he was ready to do so as a cause for the harm that he's causing now. Right? They played an active role. Or the audience that was hyping up Ethan, hostile Ethan, played an active role in bolstering and rehabilitating Ethan's image so that he then had the audience to then weaponize against the marginalized people. And you know who was there at the beginning of it before his legendary crash out saying, hey guys, I don't think Ethan's done learning yet, and got yelled at for it? Dean Withers. No, it's me. The answer is me. It was me. I spent, like, before Leftovers ended, right? Before Leftovers ended, I spent, also, Bears, you can untime that person out. I think they were me. Okay. I think they were memeing. They're not being serious about hostile Ethan. But I spent, like, a lot of time saying, hey, I know y'all love Ethan, but, like, I don't think Ethan changed. We saw a clip that I had. Where was the clip at? I don't remember what day it was. It was like September of 2023. I was like, I don't know if Ethan Klein is that good of a person. I don't think he's changed his mind. I think he's still a bit, it's basically y'all seeing it. I get it. But like people, I think the problem is people identify with Ethan in the way that they identify with like Austin. And that's not necessarily wrong or bad inherently, right? But in doing so, with that identification, they open themselves up to excusing behavior that should be called out, right? And gotten ahead of to make the space more acceptable. You know? Make the space more open for the marginalized people. Because there's not many spaces that does that. And there's some balancing acts that like allowing people to grow is still important, but making sure that that growth comes with creating an open, like an acceptable space. It's still necessary. Because it kind of shows that, like, yeah, while change is important and while you can change, what this is demonstrating to marginalized people is that you can grow an established audience off of the back of doing a certain type of content, off of the backs of certain type of people, as like the punching bag, as the joke, while those same marginalized people are clawing and trying to drag themselves into just a modicum of clout. You know? Like, just talk about, like, think about the way that people are coming after Jordan Dean, right? Or Jason, or myself, right? For our critiques. And the way people are treating, like, FD Signifier for this critique. You know? Of, like, the Bernie bros. And it's all based in the same thing. This is exactly what it is. I give Ethan way more credit because I was happy to see him bring out the reactionary spirit, but he stopped learning once he opened the door to progressive thinking. Yeah. I need to charge my phone. I have to leave soon. I don't want to finish this tomorrow. I can't be live tomorrow. I won't be live tomorrow. I have an important thing. Saturday. Probably. We'll probably finish this conversation on Saturday. But what I'm describing here is I'm describing the marginalized experience, right, in this space. It is a tale as old as time, is that if you don't use all of your time sort of coddling the experience of non-marginalized people, you're going to be seen as a wrecker, right? Because to a certain extent, we are wreckers, right? We're fun wreckers. We're wreckers of the fun. They're like, what? You don't want, because it feels like you're attacking them. When you say, hey, maybe we should do a better job of like making sure that people have no racist tendencies before they get into our space and that they've actually adequately apologized and been held accountable for it, they feel as though we are slighting them specifically. And it's just like, what do you even do? You sit down, you shut up, you don't say anything about it, and maybe, right, it'll help your career and you'll grow in the future. Right? It's something I was talking to my dad about. It's something I talked about a few days ago. Right? And it's something that I struggle with, and that is, will I and do I inhibit my growth on this platform by calling out things that I think are important to call out? Addressing, like, Ludwig's take on Creator Clash being disappointing and bad. Calling out DDG. Calling out Kai's association with DDG. Calling out the Mango situation. Calling out the flagrant use of AAVE by the people on this platform. Like, do I or will I limit my influence or audience size and my growth by doing that? Because people don't like to engage with that critique. Like, yeah, the pirate situation. Before it was cool. Must be a tough calculation. It is. It is a tough thing to think about, right? Because, like, you know, nobody wants to stay a small streamer or whatever. Nobody wants to stay at like a lower level. And so, like, could I be averaging 1K viewers, 2K viewers, or whatever, if I was able to, like, embed myself in the streaming landscape, if I was able to do the collabs that I want to do, or reach out to people, or and things of that nature? Or do I want to stick by my morals and my principles and talk about things I think are important to talk about and call out things I think are important to call out? You know what I mean? It wouldn't be the same streamer anymore. Yeah. But hey, money is a motivator, you know? And this is why even for people who said that they wanted to collab, why I've been apprehensive about reaching out for that stuff as well, is because even if I make that calculation or that decision for myself, right, I don't want to bring that on to other people. Like Maya, you know? Like, if I'm calling out people that I think are important to call out, I don't want to put other people in that situation where it's like weird, because they didn't sign up to, like, you know, be held accountable for my principled posts or whatever. So it's something that I've been thinking about, but it's rough out here. I do have to leave though. So chat, remember, we're gonna finish this topic. We're gonna watch the turd video next time, and maybe even the Tabernacle video. Might have Permageddon on, who talks about anti-white racism. I know it's a lot, but I think it's up to her to make that decision. That's true, but in the Twitch space, that is different than, like, being expressly pro-Palestinian and having, you know, an insane hater base in my tweet replies to a certain extent. But maybe after Alveus is constructed, Maya will have me. It's the internal leftist conundrum. Even outside the consecration, you put yourself, you're just putting people off by correcting the they say. Yeah. But yeah, I found Superman. I'll let you know how it goes. Apparently it was anti-Israel, so I'll let you know if that's the case or not. If Superman was actually anti-Israel. I'm thinking about cutting down the FD section of this video into a video for the channel. So even though you might not, even if you don't, I won't be streaming tomorrow, you will get content for tomorrow. If it's not the FD video, it'll be another video about the Ludwig situation, the follow-up video. But give us a dialectical materials analysis of Superman, sure. If it is, I'll pay to go watch it. I'm gonna watch Superman tomorrow. I'll watch Superman tonight. But yeah, hold on. Oh wait, YouTube. Okay, bye YouTube. Adios.